to our theatrical exploration of the neutral mask. My name is Ron East, and I'd like to, first of all, present the mask to you, just so you have a chance to see what we're working with. So this is the neutral mask. That's the female mask, and that's the male mask. And these masks are made of leather. They're made by a man named Donato Sartori, who is from Italy. And the mask itself, the idea for the mask, comes from early statues in Greek culture, which tried to create a sense of the human face and not an individual personality, but simply the human being. And so that's the idea of the mask. It's not intended to be a character, but just to be the human being. At a certain moment, at a moment of discovery, so the eyes are very open, the nostrils are open, and the mouth is slightly open in an expression, in a sense of a moment of discovery. Now, working with the mask, it's important that the eyes of the mask line up with the person who's using the mask, with their eyes. Even though, all of our faces are slightly different size, the mask is only one size. And whether the chin or the forehead lines up perfectly doesn't matter. The only thing that really does matter is that the eyes line up in the center of the eyes of the mask. When you're working with the mask, you shouldn't touch the mask itself, because it's a little bit disconcerting for anyone watching it. And I think also tends to distract the person performing. And the other thing is that when you're wearing the strap, wear it above your ears. So basically the mask itself is intended to be explored with a sense of energy of the first time, or what we call an energy of suspense. And so part of the exploration of the mask is to find this kind of energy and to sustain it through the play. There are three parts to the discovery we're going to do. The first part is called discovery, and it's really exploring the idea of first time. So that the series of exercises that we'll do all deal with the image of discovering something for the first time. The second part is called the voyage, and is really about sustaining the idea of a voyage through a day. And the third part is called transformation, which is being able to now take the exploration of the mask further, and eventually to remove the mask and continue the play. The camera work is by, in a sense, a candid camera run by people who are known to the students, so that it created the minimum of distraction. So it's not done as a professional camera crew there, because it would be impossible really to do the sequence. The discovery is employing the mask to find this energy of first time. This energy is the energy of creation. So for instance, if you were trying to paint a tree, in a way you have to be able to see it for the first time. Or it's the energy of play. If you are performing, you may have rehearsed the piece over and over again, but when you perform it in front of the audience, it has to create that sense of immediacy of first time. So we need to discover this idea of first time, or the sense of not knowing. There are 5 different exercises that we do in this section, and the first one is called the goodbye. And in fact, this one is about the idea of the last time. And so it's making a connection. The scenario itself is as follows. It's the very last moment before someone whom you know extremely well, is leaving, and they're leaving forever. And you arrive, you see them, you wave goodbye, and they're moving away from you in a boat, moving out into the ocean, and they will never come back. So it's the last time. And the idea here is to be able to get a feeling of the fullness of emotion, the engagement emotionally in this idea of this energy, so that it is engaged and not neutral in the sense of not involved in it. The second scenario is called the sunrise. Now we're beginning to deal with the idea of first time. So in this one, it starts off with the person on their hands and knees, crawling. It's outside. All of these exercises take place in a natural environment. And this person is moving on their hands and knees because it's totally dark. Not just nighttime, but complete darkness. So they can't see. And so they are trying to find their way on their hands and knees. For the first time, the sun comes up over the horizon. And so they begin to see the sun rise. It comes up all the way up to the highest point in the sky, and then for the first time, they become aware of their surroundings and they see the horizon. And so when they look around them, they notice at one spot, far away from themselves, something moving. And so they begin to go towards it. In the third sequence, which I call self-assertion, the person finds themselves in a jungle. And it's very humid and foggy and hard to see, and so they are finding their way through this thick jungle. They move out of the jungle and come on to a beach, and in front of them is the ocean. Only the ocean is absolutely still. The water isn't moving. They reach down beside them, pick up a rock, and they throw it as far as they can out into the sea. When it hits the water begins to move. In the fourth one, which I call discovery, the participant is exploring the discovery of three things in any order. The three things are a tree, a bird, and a stream or a small river. So they encounter each of these, and we see their discovery. The fifth one is called the encounter. This completes this first part of the sequence. The encounter is the first meeting between two human beings. It starts off with both participants in search of and seeing and then chasing a small creature. They don't catch this creature, but the creature runs out into a clearing, and both of these participants simultaneously, as they run after it, meet each other. The purpose is not to simply acquire technique of working with the mask, but to learn to respond to an experience. In a sense, creating is recreating, and acting is reacting. Part 2 is called the voyage. And the idea here is to be able to sustain this idea of discovery, sustain this energy through a sequence of images. The voyage itself also is a kind of metaphor. So it's a voyage of the first day, and in a sense it's also the voyage of a lifetime. The voyage itself goes as follows. It starts off in the sea, facing the shore, struggling to try to get to the shore, being pulled back by the waves. And in this state, the person eventually is knocked off their feet by a larger wave and washed up onto the shore. They get up and they cross a beach and come to the edge of a forest or jungle. They then move into this jungle and start to move through it, and eventually they come out at the foot of a mountain. They proceed to climb this mountain. When they get to the top, they see for the first time the horizon. That's where they're going. They then start to climb down the mountain, first from one ledge to another, struggling to climb down. Then they step into loose rock. The rock begins to slide, and so they're slipping down the mountain, trying to keep their balance. Then their feet hit the ground and they pitch forward and are running down the slope. Eventually the slope gets more gentle and they can walk, and so they arrive at the bottom. In front of them is a river, a fast-moving river, and so they proceed to try to cross this river from stone to stone until they get to the far side. They move out across a plain towards the horizon and suddenly become aware of the sun, which is now beginning to set. And so this is the end of the first day. When I do this voyage, I start off by having the students work in only the first part of it, up to the top of the mountain. So this just gives them the chance to start to explore it, to get a sense of it, to start to get comfortable with the images. And then we do an exploration of the second part. And so they get a chance to try the images before they then prepare themselves to do the complete voyage. When they do the complete voyage, they will only do it once. The final part of this exploration with the neutral mask is called transformation. In this sequence, the students are beginning now to move through this final part and beyond the mask, so that the mask is simply a means and not an end in itself. In this process of transformation, the students are exploring three elements: fire, the wind, and water or the sea. So each of these three elements, in a sense, has a purity in image, and so it allows the students to explore quite thoroughly. We start off this exploration with a story, and the story is about learning the art of archery. In this story, it is the final moment of graduation for the student. The master takes his student into the archery range. It's at night, it's dark, and at the far end of the range there is a target, and in front of the target there's a candle, and so you can see where the target is. The master draws his bow, releases the arrow. It hits the center of the target, and in doing so, it blows out the candle. Now it's pitch dark. The master then asks the student to draw his bow and hit the center of the target. In a sense, creating theater is a shot in the dark. And really, readiness is everything. And in a way, that's what working with this mask is about. It's a beginning. We start off the exploration of the elements by opposing the element. So, for instance, if we're working with the image of the forest fire, the student is fighting the fire, and eventually they escape. If they are fighting the wind, it's a hurricane and they're struggling, trying to keep themselves on the ground, not to be blown away by the wind. And so they have a sense of the wind through opposing it. And in the image of the water, they fall into the river and they're struggling to try to get back out. And they succeed. And so first they get a sense of the element by opposing it. And this many times is a very useful way of exploring imagery. Then they begin to allow themselves to be taken by the element. In this exploration, what they do is they don't resist the fire, the wind, or the sea, and instead they allow themselves to be taken by this image until they begin to find a rapport or an identification with the image. Eventually, through this identification, there begins to emerge a kind of persona or personality of the element. At this moment, the student removes the mask. Another participant comes up, takes the mask off them so that they can continue this exploration. They then explore this element in transformation as a personality. They find their voice using their own language. They find the movement, they find imagery, they find situations, they find character. And so they've done an exploration of the element. They can either complete this exploration as this personality, or they can return to the element itself and then return to themselves separate from the element, and again they come to an end. So there you have it. This is the exploration of the neutral mask. Just to put it into context, I do this work at the beginning. So the students have really only been together for a few weeks. When I feel they're ready, we start. And this is the beginning of a much larger theatrical voyage in which the students eventually, in a sense, are no longer students, but become colleagues and artists in their own right. That's very strong. It's strong, huh? Yeah, good. You start to feel it?
Too fast in the beginning, though.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's learning how, because the first image, of course, is you're running. So this is very frantic. But it's true. The moment you arrive and you actually see the boat, and you know you've got time, you know you have time, suddenly it completely changes. And how to be able to allow this rhythm to change and not be caught, you know, we did this stuff of changing rhythms. Yes, at that moment, boom, everything changes. It's very good because interesting watching Olivia do this. Because I think you start to see the energy, this alert energy, this energy of first time. So it's not an everyday event. It's not an everyday feeling. It's good. So you have this quite naturally. Eh? You have this energy. It's interesting watching this because it's not a performance. This is not a performance. If Olivia was going to take this and create a performance, she could create choreography with it. She could do all kinds of things with how the feeling is and what all of those images are. This is very simple. Okay? It's really, everything is pulled away. So that you have a chance to be able to sense that complete engagement in the present, your imagination being strong and with you. Okay? And putting these things together. Good. So it forms a base. I don't want you to get the impression somehow that this is a performance. This is of no interest to an audience. Okay? This is, for us, this is an exercise you're doing. This work, but this is not the same as if you were... I would never suggest you take this mask and go and perform for a public. It's of no, this is not of interest. It doesn't work for this. It's beginning to find this presence and allow this, permit this. Let it be simple. Okay, another one. Now, I'd like to do it with two people. Okay, so you each are saying goodbye to an individual person, not the same person, obviously, and there's no connection with each other, really. Other than it is the same boat. It's one boat. Okay, so when you both get there, you both are looking, the boat is coming this way. I mean, this you understand. Okay? How long you stay, what you're still watching, this is totally up to you. You don't have to leave together or anything like this. Okay? There are two people who are saying goodbye to the person that is important to them. So I feel a little bit, you're waiting a bit, waiting.
Maybe.
You need to stay with the image more. You're getting a bit distracted by the mask. Okay, so stop thinking so much about the mask and play. And your energy is a bit low. Physically. Emotionally, great, everything is good, all of this stuff we play emotionally, but physically your energy is low. So she ends up looking either a bit tired or defeated. You'll need to find this physically, find the sense of suspense, this energy of suspense. It's a little bit more energy. You need to, again, allow each moment, allow the event to hit you, in a sense, allow it to respond. I think a little bit too, sometimes you get caught in the fact that other people have done this exercise and somehow now there is becoming a set way to do this, like this, the script is set physically, and so it's not necessarily at all. You know, as I mentioned before, someone can run up and fall flat on their face. It still worked for the piece. So be careful not to get a concept. Be careful not to go, I've watched others, okay, so somehow I end up doing the same sequence that everyone else is. Not necessarily. You let it become very much your, this is your experience, in your imagination. It's how it happens to you. Okay, so don't be caught that somehow there's a set pattern for these exercises. Okay, it's the only danger of watching other people do it a number of times, that you somehow get, and so in a way you're almost repeating what's been done before. So, it's important to allow yourself to play the piece, not some other piece in your, don't invent another piece. So you have to let go a lot more. You're very much trying to keep control of this. Okay? And very much going through. It's a little bit intellectual. You have to let go a little bit, a lot more actually. Good. Physically also, you notice this, Mary? Physically, her energy is low. Eh? She looks tired. So a little bit you're playing, remember I mentioned this before with Louise? Playing a little character. She's a little character. Okay, no, it's you. Okay, Pippa, I think is stronger. Good. It's more engaged. How did you feel when you were doing it?
Yeah, guys, it was more difficult at the beginning because I was just a bit, like I was feeling sad and happy and forward or something.
Yeah, I mean it is emotional. It's very emotional, the scene, but it's not one, it is more than one emotion, yeah? There's lots of different things you feel. Okay? And you need, that's all right, permit that. That's good. Emotionally it's full. Emotionally you're at the maximum. One thing is really good, is take a few breaths before you start. You know, just to be able to, in a sense, almost say that to your imagination is all right, I can breathe, it's no problem. So do that a couple of times first, just to prepare yourself. Again, in this image, what's important is the person. What's important is the person on that boat. That's what's important to you, not you. So still a little bit, it's self-conscious, self-aware. You're more engaged about what you're doing than what they're doing, instead of responding to them. So you need to get your focus out in the space, off yourself. You need to allow this image to play and engage with your imagination. Let this dialogue happen. Okay, so be careful not. Right now, the tendency generally is people are very self-aware. They're aware of what they're doing. It's very emotional, the scene, but it's not one. It is more than one emotion. Yeah, there's lots of different things you feel. Okay, and you need to, that's all right. Permit that. That's good. Emotionally, it's full. Emotionally, you're at the maximum. So it's finding how to engage that emotionally, allowing this engagement, letting it be strong. Letting it be strong for you. Not getting caught in thinking somehow the mask mustn't do this, or the mask, it mustn't. There's nothing the mask mustn't do. Okay? There are no rules with the mask. You play. One thing is really good is take a few breaths before you start. Just to be able to, in a sense, almost say that to your imagination is all right. I can breathe. It's no problem. So do that a couple of times first, just to prepare yourself. Okay, so we'll continue now with this voyage. So this is the beginning. The point for me to do this at the beginning, to do the end at the beginning, is one thing, that this is an emotional engagement. This is powerful emotionally. Everything you're going to do is powerful emotionally. Don't forget this. The fact that we're going to move to other images, don't lose this. The sense of the event must be there. Okay, the events, now we're going to move to the first time. The events of the first time, when you actually encounter something, in other words, a meaningful encounter. It's not window shopping. This is not, oh, that's nice. Okay, I can see. It's not noticing things. It's encountering it. Understand? This becomes an important event in your life. This is not just, just noticing things. Does this make sense? So when you make this encounter for the first time, it changes you. You are not the same. Okay? There was a story of anthropologists, foolish as they were, who went to an area in Southeast Asia, Borneo, I think it was Borneo, I don't know if it's called that anymore. Anyway, an island. This is a group of people who live in a completely other time. And they decided, we should bring some of the things of the modern time for them and see what happens. So they brought mirrors, they brought cameras, they brought film cameras to these people. The first time they saw themselves in a mirror, this changed them completely. The first time they took a photograph, for them they thought somebody had captured their soul. Somebody had taken their life away. Yeah? They did this, and they gave these people these things, and then they left. They came back a year later, the entire society had broken down. All the men had left, the women were there by themselves. the whole society is completely changed. Okay? So, when you actually really encounter something for the first time, it changes you. You are not the same person you were before this moment. It's when you discover something. Okay? When you actually make this encounter. So that's what we mean by the first time. Not a casual image of the first time. Okay? So I'm going to work with another image. In this image it starts off, you are out in a natural environment. All of these exercises will take place outside in a natural environment. Okay? None of them inside. You are out in a big area, okay, in a high point of land, rocks, different, okay, things, but it's big, so it's an enormous place, okay? You can see for 50 miles, 40 or 50 miles. You can see for 30 or 40 kilometers, whatever. Okay, you can see a long way, yeah? It's a big open space. It begins, you are in the dark. But you are not at night. It's not at night. You are in total darkness. Okay, so anybody ever been inside caves, down deep inside caves? Yeah. You can get to a point where when it's dark, if you had turned the lights off or whatever you have for light, it is absolutely dark. You can't see. You can't see your hand. You can't see anything when there's no light. Okay, so it's not nighttime. It is complete darkness. You are on your hands and knees, because of course it's the only way you have contact with the ground. Otherwise you would be completely lost. You are crawling alone. And the only experience you have of the world is touch. Is what you touch. You have no other, there's nothing before this. Okay? You are in the dark. You are at the edge. In front of you, on the ground, out in front of you, you begin to see a glimmer of light for the first time. You begin to see for the first time. You look up, and for the first time you see the sun beginning to come up over the horizon. Okay? As the sun begins to come up, for the first time, you begin to stand up. The sun comes up higher. It goes up until it comes up to the very top. At this point, it appears to you that the sun stops. Because this passage of the sun from here to here, this time, at noon, the sun appears to be still. Okay? And so for the first time, you see the world. You see this great big place. Anybody ever climbed a mountain? Climbed up on top of a mountain? High mountain? What do you do first? The very first thing you do once you get up there? You see this great big place. That's what you discover. Not detail, not, oh, there's some. You're not looking at it. The detail is unimportant. The first thing you see is this massive, huge place. That's what you discover. You discover this great big place. Okay? Then, for the first time, you see something move. Okay? Off in front of you, very long way away, you see something moving, something alive. So for the first time, you see something alive. And you begin to move towards it. And that's the end. You're going a little bit moving a little bit towards this. But now what's happening, this is very much character, and he is naive. No, naive is not the first time. Sometimes people say, oh, why don't we play this like it's primitive, you know, it's like a law. You know, thousands of years ago, we're just beginning to stand up for the first time. We're going from the state of being an animal into a human being. No. And it's not naive. Now, when you play naive, the focus is to figure out the world. This means the world's a big problem, and you are trying to find a solution to it. Figuring something out is not the same as discovery. Discovery is not understanding. You could discover something and have no understanding of it at all, what you've discovered. So right now you are trying to you're trying to figure it out. So, and I love this moment when faced with this huge, enormous change of the world from this world, totally enclosed world that's only as big as what you can touch. Okay, this world is silent, okay? I mean, in the dark, the world is silent. Because nothing's moving, really. Or everything is in the same situation as you're in. So, this is a world asleep in a sense, or a world. So, hearing, you can hear, and there is the world, but it's quite a silent world. There's not sounds of animals and doing all kinds of things. Okay. And this moment when the world lights up for the first time and you begin to see the world for the first time, that you become interested in. So faced with this miraculous event, this miracle that's going on in front of me, and I'm more interested in me. The sun. Where am I? No, it's not being lost. It's not any of these things. You get rid of all of these things. You don't have to play any of these things. No, just what's going on. Just what's happening. And to you at this moment, with the sun rising for the first time, that is the entire world. That event of the sun coming up is more important than anything. Nothing else matters. It isn't that it isn't there. It isn't that your feet aren't sticking to the ground or anything. It doesn't matter. Or standing on a stone or whatever. But it doesn't. None of this matters. Because in front of you, this huge event is going on. It's like watching a nuclear explosion. You're not watching a nuclear explosion going, oh, I wonder what time it is. No. You're watching the world change in front of you. And you stand in response to it. You don't have to figure out how to stand. You stand because it's the first time you can. Then the world. Then this moment is the moment, the first time you see the world. The first glimpse you have had of the world. The world you've known is the world that you can touch that's immediately around you. That's all you know. And suddenly, color, everything for the first time. So you are face to face with the event.
The event is outside.
You are completely face to face with somebody who, I don't know, sticking a gun in your face and going to shoot you. You are face to face with this. There is nothing else that's important. It doesn't that the rest of the world isn't there. It's just not important. This is the only thing that's important at this moment to you. It's your life. Okay? So, you can, all of this is the matter, and it's not easy to do. What I'm asking you to do is probably the most difficult thing as a performer that you can do, is to let all of these things go. Let them go and just play. You are petrified and excited and absolutely transported by it and shocked. You are all of those things. It's happening to you at this moment. But you need to let it touch you. Okay? You need to allow this to hit you. You need to allow the shock to happen. You need to allow this sense of first times. And the sense of first time is not comfortable. This is not a comfortable world. Okay, it's beginning, eh? Just begin. It's starting. I think you're beginning to permit this. Again, I don't want you to, it's a shock, absolutely. And great, permit this. Great, permit the response. I don't want to get caught though that everything is frightening. It's not that's not all it is. So, yes, this whole thing of the sun, I mean, it is a shock the first time you see light, the first time things in light out. The world is a shock to you. Totally. But the world is, so the sun, this movement of the sun, this enormous ball of fire moving up in the sky. Yes, this image is totally engrossing. And totally, I think that sense of it, yes. The world, though, is not the same. This enormous space of which you are at the very center. That's not exactly the same. This is not a frightening image. I mean, again, same as I mentioned, you were up at the top of the mountain. When you see the world, this enormous expanse of the world for the first time, it's exciting. It's an incredibly exciting view. So it's a different response, not the same as the sun. Okay? Whereas now it had the same response as the sun, it's your response to the sun. So then, very quickly this can become a world where everything is frightening, everything is scary, but not necessarily. And the fact that these things, there's something alive, something moves. This first discovery that you're not alone. I get a little bit distracted times when all of this happens. When you try to discover everything in the world all at once, the world becomes chaos a bit. It becomes, oh my God, all of this stuff. This is chaos. Okay? No. When you discover, you're engaged with the discovery. That's your event. That's what takes you. Then you discover the next thing. The next thing happens. While the sun is moving, this is your engagement. It's not that the world wasn't there from the first moment the light came. That wasn't important at that moment. Then it happens to you. It's when you discover it. It is not that it's all there to discover and therefore I have to discover all of it. Okay? Otherwise the world will become a huge distraction. Okay? No, actually there is a logic in it. There is a process that happens. So be careful not to try to get yourself caught into discovering everything all at once. Okay, a little bit I felt that with the sun at the end of it. A little bit trying to figure out the sun a little bit. We see it from different angles. It's actually there in the sky, so you don't have to peer at it from different points of view.
Yeah.
And at that point, I think you were moving to the next image.
Right.
When it happens to you, it happens. Then it's an event. Okay, so the moment you become aware of the world, become aware of it. Don't stay with an image because you need to, because you think you need to. Okay? Good. So be right in the present, right with your imagination. Trying to find this sense of letting what happens to you physically and what happens in your imagination be absolutely together. I mean, I think there were moments in the play of it. I think you have a sense of it. And there was a moment, I think, where you allowed it to be a little more spontaneous. You allowed yourself to respond. It allowed a little bit, but But then you were stuck because you wanted to run, you wanted to move. And you couldn't. But good, it's possible though. So you're not trapped. Be very careful not to get yourself caught by, oh, I mustn't do this, I mustn't do anything, or I mustn't move, or I mustn't, No, you can do it. You can jump up and down. You can do anything. I mean, it's, is the sequence of events happens. And you respond to them. Okay? I'm not saying what way you have to respond. I'm not saying you have to do a certain thing. I think in complete darkness, you are slower. The rhythm is slower. This feeling of things. I mean, again, even think if you're in a very dark building and there's no, and you're trying to figure, especially if you don't know where you are. There is a sense. I'm not saying you're cautious, but I think you are. The discovery is slow. Is in a sense a little slower rhythm. This was a bit fast. And so it creates a little bit the image that even though you don't know where you are, you know it's all right. That's why I was saying you're at the edge of a cliff or whatever. You have no idea. You take one more step, you'll fall 100 feet.
I didn't know.
You don't know. You could very easily be at the very edge of something and you would have no idea that that's okay.
Yeah,
So I think it's just a little bit slower. But outside of that, I think absolutely though. I mean, the one thing I think that's very nice is the engagement, that you engage the body in the discovery. And you don't get totally focused on the only thing you could discover with is your hand. The darkness is the beginning. The darkness is what is already exists. So that's where you are. So I don't know. You might taste something. There's lots of things that are possible with this. You in a sense have to move because in a way at this moment stillness is death in a way. I mean, movement is survival. You have to discover in a sense this is the only way you survive. So you are moving, you are touching, you are exploring in that sense. But this is what you know. This is where you are in the dark. This is where the beginning. Good. But beyond that, I'm beginning to, your energy is starting to discover the sense of this engagement and this energy. And so it does move us beyond, that's Gabrielle doing this, and we just see it happen as an event. We begin to engage more directly with what's going on, and we're not distracted by who's doing it. Okay, so good. Good. So remember I mentioned the mask of suspended energy is also a mask of calm. So you need to allow that things take their time. They take the time they take, and you respond. And you need to find this calmness. It's absolutely full in terms of energy. It's full emotionally, but within that you are completely in it. It is the entire world at this moment. At this moment, the sun is everything. Nothing else matters. It's not that it's not there, it just doesn't matter. Because this event of the sun is far more important, is far more engaging to you. Okay? You're playing it in your imagination. I mean, we're not asking you to hallucinate or anything. You're not seeing something for real. It's a play in your imagination. And you need to engage with this and not be concerned that you look this way and that there are people here. You're starting to play this. So whenever you start to get into doing this, because in fact the image is actually right there. The moment you turn and look, it's there. The world is there. You can see it. Okay? You don't have to look for it. So if you're doing this, you're looking around, you're playing. Because in fact the image is there. The moment you look, it's there. You don't have to search for it. You don't have to find it. It's right there. Okay?
So, otherwise, you begin to play the image. Okay, so it's really important to start to get this difference between this idea of playing. I mean, play is wonderful. But this idea of playing is not playing; it's actually showing. You're showing us that you're looking, in a sense. So, this idea, you need to let go. You don't need to show the audience anything. Okay, the audience isn't there to be shown things. Okay, they're there to experience it. The only way they experience it is if you see it, they will. Okay, if you see it and allow yourself to respond to it, we'll be with you. Okay, don't need to act it. You don't need to start acting. Okay, so purpose of this exercise, all this exercise, is to let go and stop acting for us. Okay? Because all that acting is trying to show us something. The more you show us, the more we pull away from you. Okay? So let us come towards you. You need to permit it. You need to permit that you see and we will see with you. We will see through your eyes. It's always fascinating because people, when they play looking, actually move their head all around. But in fact, when you really look, you don't do this at all. If I do this, I don't see anything. It's all a blur, actually. Yeah, I look and I focus. I look and I focus. I look and I focus. If I don't focus, then I don't see anything. Okay? So if you're doing this, you're actually playing this an image of looking. You're pretending to look. How did you feel? How did you feel, though? How did you feel?
No, I feel good.
Good. You felt good.
I felt good.
It was, eh? I mean, it was very strong. This is very strong, very much. Now it's beginning to engage. That's great. Excellent. Nice work. It's all right for it to work for you. Okay. Don't get worried about what I should have done this, I should have done that. I don't want you to think about it. Just what were you actually feeling when you did it? No, I did. You definitely felt it. It was while it was going on. It was strong. It was there. It's a little bit slow. You've imposed a kind of slowness now. It's fascinating how we want to make it routine. We want to sort of go, this is what I do with the mask, so I see things slowly, or I've seen other people do that, so I'm sort of almost caught into making that my routine. You know, it's not, none of it's a routine. It's all going on, it's happening to you for the first time It's a little bit like, oh wow. That's a bit stoned here or something. I don't know what this is. Okay, so it's all going very slowly. You know, it's almost like you've imposed this. Everything is moving very slowly through it. Okay? No, not necessarily. Okay. So I mean there. You see something. You see this one. Yeah, so it's almost like you've imposed a rhythm that sort of everything is going at this pace. I mean, there are moments. That's what's going to happen as you do it. You'll find a moment where it feels right, where you're able to allow yourself to be out there and stop being in your head for a moment. You'll find this in moments, and then gradually this will start to increase as you get stronger with it. So, great. The more you look for an image in your imagination, when we did the fantastic voyage, the more you look for an image, there's no images there. The image will come to you in your imagination. So your imagination will give you things. It will give you the opportunity to respond, if you allow it. Okay? But if you try to make it, if you try to look for it, if you try to figure out what you should see or how to respond to it, there's no image there, because actually you're busy trying to work something out instead. So you're just sort of distracted. The process with the mask is to let this go. To let go having to make it happen. And permit it to happen. And then it'll work. Then you'll find something exciting. The more you look for something exciting, the more it will elude you. The more you won't find it. There you are in the midst of seeing for the first time 30 miles around you, 40 miles around you, this huge world. You know, it's the same as I got this image. The first time you climb up on top of a mountain. You ever climbed up high? Remember the first time you did it? You came up on top, and what did you look at? Wow, is it ever big? You didn't look, there's a tree down there. And that's a little house there. And there's a little, I'm not looking at little things. It's not a little world. It's a big world. And you're the center of it. And so you're busy doing the exercise. So you got to stop doing the exercise. And you've got to let something happen to you. All the rest is being safe. All the rest is being in control, being safe with it. You're busy doing what you've seen other people do, and you're copying. So let this go. I want to see what you have, and what you have is exciting. But while you're busy trying to do what's right, or what you've seen, or all those other things, you're not letting what you can do ever happen. Okay, so you gotta let all that stuff go, and it's whatever you do. And I don't mind whether it's only one little thing. It stops halfway through. I don't care. None of that's important. But for you to go up and let yourself really not know and allow something to happen to you, that you need to find. And it may be only one moment. find yourself in a complex environment. Okay, so the image I want to use is the jungle. The tropical forest. Yes, everybody understand? Like the Amazon, the jungle. Okay? So, for the first time, okay, you're in this environment. You're in this wild environment. Okay? And not only that, but it's very early in the morning. And so there is a lot of moisture in the air. So you don't see very far because it's almost like a mist in the air. Does everybody understand this? Clear about this? So you don't see a long way away. You can see things in front of you, but you don't see a long, long way. Okay? You begin to move through this jungle. Okay? Now, just as a technically, we'll get rid of techniques, but technically, I want you to be careful you don't move the jungle away from you. So don't go. I'm not moving the jungle away from you. So you're moving through it, but it's there. So if there's a tree there, you go around it. You don't go move the tree out of the way, you know? Okay, so you're going through this jungle in which there are things on the ground, things down lower, all kinds, you know, they're all over. Okay, there are vines, there are all the things of the jungle. Okay? Don't get worried about, no, we don't eat snakes. We don't eat tiger. You don't get eaten. Don't worry. You're just moving through the jungle, okay? All right with this image? Mm-hmm. There is a moment, for the first time, a moment where suddenly you come out of this jungle and you find yourself on a beach. Wow. Okay? So the jungle has come to the edge of the whatever island, whatever it is, and there's a beach in front of you. And in front of you is the ocean. So you see for the first time, you see the ocean. Okay? Only something you have never experienced before. The ocean is absolutely still. The water is completely still. It's not frozen. It's just completely still. No movement in the water. Okay? Everybody understand? The water is still. This is something you've never seen. This water is never still. Okay, but this one is. The sea is absolutely still. You reach down beside you and you pick up a rock. And you take this rock and you throw it as hard as you can out, as far as you can into the sea. You watch it hit the water, and the water begins to move. Okay. In your imagination, you are always going forward through the jungle. I don't mind when you go around in circles or anywhere you like, but as far as in your imagination, you're always going forward. Okay? But when you play, come out of the jungle and there's space. Be in the center of the space. Don't get yourself trapped being at the very front. Anyway, just... If you ever look at the cliff or the thing you're climbing up as, oh my God, I can't find a place to hold on to, you're in trouble. What you have to do is be able to see where the possibilities and the opportunities. So you don't ever think it's a problem. The only way you get through this jungle is because you don't see the problems. And so you find your way through. Problem solving. It's one thing I think a basic thing to understand with the mask. The mask is not you. The mask is the human being. Whereas right now, the way the mask is being played, it's you. Okay? So all that is your energy needs to be higher. Okay? So now, in a sense, what's happening is it's the image is becoming comfortable for you. You know, sort of it's, you know what I mean? You're in your own time, in real time. And
I'm confused.
you need, the energy of suspense is higher than that. Right now, it's comfortable, it's relaxed. You're in a state of relaxation. Okay? And therefore, in the energy of relaxation, nothing is new. Everything is known because everything's comfortable. But it's taking you and sticking you in the middle of Baghdad or whatever, it's new. It's that kind of energy. It's that energy of an extreme. You're not comfortable through the jungle. The jungle, if you get lost in the jungle, you'll probably die there. You, in a sense, everything that you do here is necessary. It's not doing it just for the sake of doing it. Unless you can find your way through the jungle, so that one moment you come out of that jungle and you find yourself on the beach, it's a total shock. It's like being in the middle of an accident or something. It's shocking, it's everything, and somehow you are completely in it. The body gets into a comfortable position. You get into this. So the body's relaxed. For you now, the moments you experience this are moments of extremity, of moments where you have to respond. You're in a situation you don't have any of the answers for. You have to somehow find a way. It's, again, like my image of the child and the fire. You don't know it burns until you touch it. Then you know it burns. And the next time, you don't touch it. But it is the first time. You are not in the state of already knowing. And in a sense, you have to find this feeling of letting this go. Of letting go that the world is all familiar. And therefore known, and therefore already know what's going to happen. Because you as an actor know. You know exactly what's going to happen. Okay, so in a sense, in playing the mask, you have to permit yourself not to know. Okay, so it's just finding that. Don't get too worried about it, but let yourself go further. Right now, the feeling I think you need is that it's much, much higher energy. The lovely thing about the mask, in the sense that it is just a simplified face. It's not intended to be an individual person. It's just the human face. So in a sense, it allows it not to be personal. It's not your personal voyage. This is not you going through the jungle. The human being going through the jungle. So, and all it is, it's just on a different level. You need to allow it to be strong. Okay? Right now, you get caught. Both of you are caught. Yeah. The jungle, right now you're looking for it. If you're looking for it, it's not there. Okay? So, if you're spending yourself time going, no, it's there. You see it. You see the way through. That leads you to the next place you see. And you see your way through there. Then you see the next one. You only see this far. You can't see beyond that. There's all this vegetation here. That's as far as you can see. So that's your world. That's where you are. And you move past that and then you see the next one. But you don't have to go. No, it's not which way to go. That's the way to go. Already. It's the first time. There isn't, maybe that's not the right way. Maybe I should go this way. Maybe I should.
I felt like
This is known. This is already in a state of knowing. So I go, maybe I did. No, that's the way that presents itself, so you take it. Okay.
I see something. I felt like in the middle of forest with plants, and I get really confused because in here I have this and
No,
oh my
no,
god.
that's you. That's you. That's
Yeah.
not the mask.
Yeah.
That's not the level of energy of the mask. That's you. That's personal. No, at the level of the mask, it is a discovery. You are face to face with it. You are engaged with what is actually there. Okay? Not all of this other stuff is actually in reality going, that's an image, no, I won't take that image, let me think, there should be another image. It's you actually playing with your imagination, going no, yes, no, 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 yeah, no, no. Okay? And you got to get rid of that. It's just yes. There is no no. You're in the midst of it. You're in the middle of the accident. It's not a matter of going, should I, no, it's happening. The car is coming, you jump, you move. You don't sit there and go, should I or shouldn't I jump? That's the energy. You know, my example with the rock climber. I mean, you don't hang there and go, let's see, should I go that one? No, you see it and you grab. You don't sit there and go, that's maybe the wrong one, maybe that's the right one. You can't do that. You're in it. You're totally in it. There's none of you that's outside that can sort of sit and make choices and make decisions. So it's not a matter of looking for it. You keep looking for the image, and in fact what you're doing is refusing your imagination. So the moment you look, there's an image, something is there. Take a hold of it. Be in contact with it. See the next one. Go. That's where you go. Okay? It's not a matter of, should I go that way? Should I go this way? Then you'll get lost for sure. I mean, people say this to if you ever get lost in the forest, you go around in big circles.
Yeah.
Keep going around in big circles. That's because they second guess themselves. You only find your way out if you actually really, really trust where you're going. Okay. The moment you question it, you'll choose the wrong thing. So you need to let yourself go with this much, much more. Okay? So right now there's a lot of resistance. That's happening with the forest. And of course, if it happens with the jungle in the beginning, it's almost impossible to get out of it. Because that's the energy you set. And so it's very difficult to do the rest because you're in that process of guessing yourself and sort of questioning yourself. And so of course you'll carry that right through all the rest of it as well. So there's a struggle with the jungle, it's a struggle with also still a lot of choices being made. So all of these times when you go like this, every time you're second guessing yourself. Because every time you stop and you look, there's an image. But you're seeing that image and going, no. There's another image, no. That's another image, no. You know, at the moment you're in this, you're struggling with yourself. You're struggling with your own imagination. No, just go with the first image. Go with what's there. Okay? So there's a little bit of struggle. There's a little bit of tension. There's a kind of tension. And I think that's why all this stuff with the mask and things, there's a tension that starts to happen. You can feel it with your breathing too. You know, so you're breathing, you hold your breath. You know, so you go. You know, there's that kind of, so there's this almost desire to hold, you know, sort of, and then let go and hold and myself. So a little bit of struggle. So if you can let it go further, find this calmness with it. Okay? Good.
You have a sense, so you sense the energy, so you find it. You find this every time, which is great. I mean, so it's there. It's good. It's good. How do you feel when the stone hits the water?
It gave me more.
A calmness. Okay.
Good.
Allow it. Allow it. Allow it. In other words, allow your response. The stone hits the water begins to ripple, the water starts to move. Allow your response to that.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Let yourself respond, yeah. Yeah, because I think a little bit now, sort of doing it, the stone hits the water, okay, that's over. No, it's over when you see what happens. One thing that worked very well was the moment of coming out of the jungle. That surprised you. You hadn't anticipated, okay, now it's time to get out of the jungle. And so you found yourself. There is a moment of surprise. There was a moment of, no. It's good. Part of this is allowing yourself to be absolutely in the present, right where you are now. Discovery of three things. So, the three things that I want you to discover for the first time. Now, again, discovery. Discovery is the same as noticing, and it's not figuring it out, and it's none of those things. But something happens to you. It becomes an event. This moment with this object, it becomes an event. So, the three things are a tree, a bird, okay, and a small river. In any order that you encounter them. Natural environment, a wild environment, so it's a wild bird. So, the first bird for the first time. So, okay, the way to begin this is that the first image you have is you've just fallen. So, you're on the ground, okay? That's where it starts. And you'll either hear something, see something move, okay, and you become aware of it and it starts. I mean, one thing I think is really nice is you're letting yourself risk. You have no idea what's going to happen and letting yourself play. This is fantastic. Good. Let yourself risk. Now you're beginning to trust yourself more and not be worried about your imagination and stuff. So things are beginning to happen. I think you're starting to let yourself release a bit more, go, and not be quite so worried about what's going to happen. Everybody's beginning to let themselves surprise themselves. Beginning to not be so worried about, okay, what am I going to do next? What's going to happen next? And just letting the encounter take place. Good. Yeah, you do need to let. I mean, the water is a nice example about, say it goes in the water or whatever. I mean, I don't know, something happens to you when suddenly you encounter this medium. I don't know, is it cold? Is it freezing cold? It certainly has that quality that suddenly you, in a way, encounter with your whole body. You encounter all over as the water touches you from, sort of as you're in, people who were in the water and stuff. So all I'm saying is allow yourself, physically, let yourself, physically and emotionally respond to what happened. Be careful, otherwise it becomes very much all these things happen, but somehow I'm not really affected by what happened. It just happened. So there's a very nice discovery, but now you can let yourself even go further and actually respond to, let it affect you. It's interesting how movement starts to say more than just what it practically is. Good. And you need to allow this, eh? This is something gradually you need to allow all the time. That in your play, what happens physically, in terms of your actual engagement of it, also has resonance, also says more than simply what it is. Okay? That's crucial for all your play. Then in a sense something more happened than just literally what happened. The nice thing about it is you're allowing yourself to respond and permitting the time for that. A lot of times when you've been playing, you've had no time to respond to anything. So you're watching the bird, you see that you're very busy. You're very busy doing things, but there's no response. So what happened? How does that affect you? I mean, I love this moment with the fruit or the thing that came out of the tree. Because there was a moment where she could be still with it and just have it so that you could respond. You could respond to what happens. It has some meaning to you. It has some sense to you. Okay? So you don't get the idea that play, that acting is doing a whole bunch of stuff. You all can get very, very busy and then go, there's all kinds of nice things going on. But nothing happened because you never responded to it. So in a sense, acting is reacting. Because you actually, in a sense, physically enjoy it, because you have a certain pleasure with the play itself, that you don't indulge that. In a sense, a great performance with this is to discover one thing. You don't have to discover everything. You only need one thing. So it doesn't have to be exhaustive. You're not trying to be an encyclopedia or anything. You're not trying to sort of figure out all the possible things that could happen with any one of it. Just one. When you were moving, watching the bird, there was suspense. And there was the walk of suspense. Not to say that this is the walk, but that moment, there was suspended energy. But before that, this is not suspense. This is familiarity. This is your walk. Okay? And so in a sense, you're bringing this baggage, you're bringing this past into what you're going to discover. And therefore the world you became a victim. Everything was against you. And remember I said with the jungle stuff, the sense of the cat, that you find your way through the jungle. It's not a struggle with the jungle. It's not this fight with the jungle and I'm trapped in it and I can't get out and all this stuff. That doesn't happen in the sense of first time. And that's why we start with the sense of not knowing.
Okay, because otherwise, these kinds of assumptions are there automatically, and you're not aware of them. It's all right to look at a cruel world, but you need to know that's exactly what you're doing. And know that that's not necessarily the only point of view. And then you choose it. And then you say, I'm choosing this point of view. Now your work starts to have meaning. Okay, but if it's automatic, if it's there already without knowing, then it means nothing. And that physically now you're beginning to understand. So, don't worry, the rest of it will come on. But it's good for these things to happen. It's good for you to be aware of, okay, so I do bring points of view on the world. I'm looking at the world a certain way already. And so in a sense, from the point of view of creating, you need to let this stuff go. Then they could choose to do this. Okay, that's another thing. Then you're doing it consciously. Then you're actually going on the voyage with it. But if it's there automatically, it has no meaning. You go, where did this come from? However, it could happen. Anything can happen. You can fall in the water. Yeah, anything is possible. But then it just happens. So this starts off, and you are in a very wild country, very rough country, okay, with trees and shrubs and things all, okay, and it's also rocky and uneven, so it's not flat. You are in the process sneaking up on or coming up to a creature, a small animal like a rabbit or a fox, or a wild pig, or a small animal, but an animal. Wild, of course. As you begin to get up closer to this creature, it becomes aware of you, and it takes off. It starts to, and so you go after it. So in a sense, you're beginning to chase. I mean, very much you did this with the bird. So in a sense, you go after it, and you come out to an area in the center of this wild country that is open. In other words, without trees and a whole lot of things. Okay? It's an open space in the midst of it. Yeah? And you come out into it. This happens now to two of you. And for the first time, you encounter another human being.
Oh, you see the
You see this creature, and so you begin to respond to it.
Okay.
But again, just the same as you did with the bird, nobody was trying to kill the bird or anything. I mean, nobody was doing anything with it. It was just your instinct. It is that instinct to get close to, I don't know, whatever that is, but that instinct that you have. I will give you a cue to begin so that you both begin at the same time. You need to not get yourself thinking about what's going to happen. All you got to do, get all your attention on that creature. You either see it, you hear it, or it moves, and you respond. And it begins. Okay? You need to allow that, in a way, the creatures come out somewhere at the same time. Okay. So, I don't know, how did you feel about this?
It wasn't the first encounter. I've seen this.
Why?
They knew each other
Where?
already.
Why? What point? Where?
When they were starting to touch each other.
So this one move, became a move of familiarity. Everybody recognizes why you laugh. It became a familiar. Ah, yes, I know this. Okay, everybody sort of recognizes this. Okay. And it's not to say though that you can't do that. There's nothing you can't do. It's not sort of I shouldn't do this or I should do that. However, it's being done with an assumption. So you moved into this position because if I do this, she will do that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's all, but you know. That's all from experience. I could do this, and I might be dead the next second. Anything is possible. Anything could happen. You don't know. It's the first time. So it's not that you don't do that necessarily, but it's with that awareness, not with the assumption that she will respond in a certain way. Do you understand this? This becomes manipulation, basically. I manipulate the other person. If I do this, then they'll do that. If I do this, then they'll do that. So now I'm manipulating them. I am getting them to do what I want them to do. Okay? No, this is the first time. We need to let this go. Okay? This is again assumptions. This is assumed response. And when you play with each other, when you're playing a scene together, this is the first time. You mustn't get into, I say my line, then they'll say their line. And then I make my move, and then they'll do their move. Otherwise, you're just assuming the other person, and pretty soon you're playing all in just your own little bubble. Okay? And there's really no contact with the other person at all. Okay, so you need to let this go and allow this contact. Okay? However, I thought a lot of the other work was great. I mean, I had no problem with it. Okay, in that sense, I mean, I think it was engaged. I thought some of the other play was really worked well. And I thought, Katerina, you kept the sense of not knowing. You tried to hold this even when you felt, wait a minute, this is a bit strange. You still tried to maintain the sense of not knowing. So in a way it was interesting, even though Gabrielle made the move, and there was a certain assumption within this move, okay, you didn't really respond to what the automatic image was. And therefore it put it back where he didn't know what was going to happen next. Okay?
For me,
You really need to allow this. I have no idea what will happen in the next second. You know, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what you did there. Okay, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this move. The only problem in it was when you moved, you assumed what would happen. Well, I mean, the first thing that happens to you is you suddenly have this shock that you're not the only one. Has a total change about the way of viewing the world, eh? It's one thing to be able to see the sunrise and see the sunset, or see the horizon yourself. You are in the center of the world. You are the only one, okay? It's in a sense your world. You discover the tree, the bird, you do all these things. You're the only one. Now for the first time, the world completely changes. You're not alone. So it is an event. It's a huge event. Okay, allow it. You're getting there, don't worry. So now I would like to move into the voyage. And start to work with the idea of the voyage. And we'll begin to start to play a series of images. See if you can start to sustain the sense of first time, sense of not knowing further. So, we're going to do the voyage of the first day. So, the voyage starts with you in the ocean. Okay? You are in the ocean at a point where your feet can touch the bottom. Okay, so you're close to the shore, and you're facing the shore, the dawn, the beginning of the first day. So you're in the sea. Okay, so this is the ocean, this is the sea. It's not small. So there are waves. The waves are coming in towards the shore. So they're hitting you from behind, and they go right over you. The wave goes right over you. Okay, now, as most of the time with wave action, what's happening is the wave is coming in on the surface of the water, okay, and it comes back out again, all this energy comes back out again underneath. So, you are in this struggle, this life and death struggle, somehow trying to get to the shore, trying to get to the land, okay? And so the wave is knocking you under, you get yourself back up, and then it starts to pull you back out. And then another wave hits you, knocks you under, you get yourself back up again, and it's starting to... So you are struggling with all of your effort to get to the shore. Really important, the one thing that is crucial to you in this image is the land. You lose sight of that, and you will become completely disoriented. You will have no idea where you are. Okay, so that's your only orientation, is this land. You can see it. Then at one point, a bigger wave comes along from behind, hits you and knocks you off your feet. And you are now in the wave. And so it's tumbling you over and over, and it throws you up, washes you up onto the beach. You begin to cross the beach, so you're going uphill. You're walking uphill, walking through sand. So, you want to get up on your feet? And we'll work with this image of walking through sand. What happens when you walk through sand? So how do you walk? What happens to your foot? What happens when you try to walk uphill through sand? What happens?
What song is it?
Because your feet
Sand.
are going.
Sand.
There are many.
No, don't get into
If it's
just sand.
Black sand,
Sand.
red.
It's okay. Beach sand. Beach sand.
Touch of red.
That's what I'm asking you. What do you do? Your foot slides. Your foot slips. Okay. What does a footprint look like in sand? No, it's a circle.
Yeah.
You make circles. Okay, so what happens to your foot then when you walk in sand? So it's slipping. How does it slip? Remember? To the side slightly. Okay? So your foot slides, so it's when you step onto the next foot that it slides. And it slides. And it slides. Okay? Your back foot. So it slips a bit. Now, you're walking uphill. You're not walking on a flat. You're not walking on a flat, you're walking uphill, up the beach towards. All I'm saying is basically it's a bit harder to walk uphill than it is to walk on a flat surface. So, you cross the beach and you come to the edge of the forest. Okay, so you've got this wall of trees, this big space, and you find a way in, and you begin to move into the forest.
So after the hill.
So you're walking up the beach, and in front of you is the forest, for the first time. Then you see a way in. And so you begin to move into the forest. Okay? Again, you must not get caught. You must not get caught by the structure of the space. Okay? Do not be trapped by it. So you're here in the water, you get thrown forward onto the beach, you start to walk. Don't get yourself going, continuing this direction. Otherwise, you're going to run out of space very quickly. Okay, so whether you go up the beach this way or whether you go this way is not, okay, it's not crucial in terms of the play of it. So do not get trapped by the space. Okay, this is just the very beginning part of the voyage. Okay, there's lots more yet. Okay, so if you run out of space now, you're going to have many more problems later on. So you have to get completely rid of this. You must stop getting this point. It's still going on, eh? People are saying the mask is facing I have to keep facing towards the audience. I can't play any other way. Okay, so you are stuck playing this way all the time. So be careful not to get trapped by this. You're describing the water. You're actually describing the water. No, I want you to fight the water. I want you to fight it with everything you've got. You are trying to keep your head above the water. If you go down too deep into the water, you will drown. You're desperate to keep your head above the water. You actually are against the sea. You are actually fighting it. There's you, there's the sea. No, as soon as you see the forest, you move.
Okay.
It doesn't matter whether you're out of breath. It doesn't matter whether you've got a broken leg. None of it matters. You keep going. Because you have to. Because that is there and you have to go towards it. You have to go there. Okay? Does that make sense? You must. It's the nature of humanity. You keep going. You don't. When you stop, you die. Because you see the forest, you have to get up. And because you see the forest, you have to go across the beach. You have to. You don't have any choice in the matter. Because it's human nature. You're holding on to the branch so you can see past it. So you can see further. So you can go by it. So you can go past it. Right now your focus is on what you're doing with your hand. Actually your focus is there. It's not here. That's the only thing. That's the only detail. And that's, I think, why you start to get into... And this becomes, this becomes a distraction. At this point, this is the voyage of the first day. So your sense of being on this voyage is something that happens right from the beginning. And keeps carrying you through. So, yes, the forest is interesting, but right now you're discovering the way through. So your breath is a bit high, eh? So this is why you take the mask off and go, because you're allowing yourself to take a deeper breath all of a sudden. So your breath is up here a bit, okay? So you need to allow your breath in deeper. When you breathe the shallow breath, this way, this is a way of giving yourself not enough oxygen, okay? So what you're doing now is keeping your energy lower. And in a sense, if you can trust the image in your imagination and stay with that, what you do physically will happen quite naturally. Okay, so the moment, yes, you become distracted by what you're actually doing physically, then you lose the image.
Yes.
Because right now you're a little bit passive to the image. You're simply, I'm in the water, now I'm just walking across the beach, now I'm at the edge. So you're becoming very passive. No, it must be much more your intention. And again, this is not, I have to do this or anything. It is human necessity to keep going forward, to keep moving. And also this thing of looking back, the past is of no importance now. Only the where you're going, only the future, only where you're going to. The past has already happened. Good, give yourself a chance to see the forest. Encounter it, you come up close to it. So one of the things you'll see is the sense that the forest goes up because the trees are high. There is this wall of vegetation in a sense. You go from being on the beach, it's bright, it's the morning, and then you move into this forest, and of course it's dark, much more in the forest. It's not, and also you can't see very far. There are things all around you, so it's very different than you're on the beach and you see this huge image, and all of a sudden now you're in this very small space. Good. It was nice. This just a response to this. I think there was a nice image at the end. I mean, it is a huge change. I mean, part of this is for you to get a chance to say, how can I maintain this calmness? How can I keep this engagement? How can this image stay strong? How I don't distract myself with things that are unimportant to the play, okay, to what is happening. So I am with the strongest image. I am not with something that's not really important. So in the midst of this voyage, it's not suddenly becoming, oh, there's a stone. Oh, that's interesting. Otherwise, of course, everything would distract you. You don't need to look for the image, it's actually right there. It's not at night or something you can't see, you can see perfectly, it's there. Mm-hmm. Okay? So stay engaged with it, be careful not to get distracted by this. Okay, good. The mask slipped down on you a little bit, eh? It was a bit low for you. This happens a lot of times if you open your mouth. Because you push the jaw down, you push the jaw of the mask down, so it slides down. So you need to stay relaxed. Moment where you come out of the forest and you find yourself at the foot of the mountain. You now begin to climb.
the mountain until you get to the top. And when you get to the top of the mountain, you see for the first time, you see the land. So you've come from the sea, you've come through the forest, up the mountain, and now you see the hinterland. You see the inside of the continent. Yes, so if you come up over the Carpathian Mountains, and now you see the steppes of Russia. You come up over the Appalachian Mountains, and now you see the interior of America. You see for 100 miles, 200 miles. You see a huge space. And so you begin to go out into the space. So you now are going to go down the mountain. Okay, the first part of climbing down is what you've done already. You turn, you are facing the mountain. So the mountain's in front of you. And you are climbing down backwards, eh? This is the very beginning image. So these are the first bits of trying to climb down. Okay? Then you do something that, in fact, if you really were a mountain climber, you would never do. You turn with your back to it. Okay? And then all of a sudden, your feet hit ground and you pitch forward. And the slope is steep, so you're running down as hard as you can. What you're doing is trying to desperately keep your balance so you don't fall over. And then it gets slower, you get more control, you're running down, and then it gets slower and you can slow down, and then eventually you can walk. Get to the bottom. Okay? Everybody all right with that? So by now it's at the top of the mountain, it's noon of the first day. I'm not sure that you go backwards through the forest.
Okay.
You need to practice it. You need to get comfortable physically with this, because if you suddenly are stuck going, how do I do this? Of course, the image would be gone. So you need physically to know. You're getting a bit worried about the fact that I must keep playing forwards all the time. As long as in your imagination, you're always going down and the image is distant for you, then fine. You're really worried and you're distracted by thinking, how do I do this? And how am I supposed to do this? You're totally distracted from the image. You have to trust yourself much more physically. Your body has experienced climbing, so your body understands this physically. You have to find the image of the mountain, and your body will respond to it. But if you don't have the image, if you're busy thinking, what am my body supposed to do? Then your body has no idea, because there's no image. It has nothing to associate to. Does that make sense? And then it just becomes sort of abstract movements. So you have to have the image. You have to imagine the mountain. Then your body will figure out how to climb it. Okay? But you can't be telling your body what to do. Okay?
Yeah.
Then everything goes wrong. You saw this with Demetrius trying to think about walking in the sand. This moment, everything goes wrong. It's the same thing is happening with you. You're suddenly going, how do I do this physically? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay? But the reason why you don't know, so if you ever get to this point where you're going, I feel uncomfortable, I don't know what I'm doing, the only reason you don't know what you're doing is because, in fact, you have no image in your imagination. So your body has nothing to connect to. No, it's just doing movements, you know, sort of, because you're asking it to. So it's just doing movements. Okay? You have to, as strongly as you can, imagine that mountain. Imagine each little part of it. Because that's what you're climbing. Okay? And the more you can imagine it, the more all of these things will become very easy. Okay?
It's much easier to imagine than to do it. Because, in fact, I was imagining, but somehow between me and my imagination wasn't.
Yeah, it's because your body gets very uncomfortable. Whenever you feel uncoordinated, uncomfortable, awkward in what you're doing, it's because you've got this mind, which is, you have to understand, completely critical, criticizing your body. So, of course, your body feels uncomfortable. Immediately, it's like a critic's on your back. Okay,
Yes.
so you've got to get rid of this.
Because I was afraid
Gotta
of
let it go.
doing the exercise.
It's starting to make more sense. You have to keep thinking about reaching down.
Yes.
Your arms are locked, eh?
Yes.
And you see where, another thing with Katrina, so this is what I'm saying about this awkwardness.
Yes.
You carry tension in your shoulders, and so your arms get locked. So because your shoulders are tense, your arms are like this.
Yes.
And you're trying to climb down and do all this stuff, but your arms are actually locked here. And it's because the muscles are just locked like this back.
Yes.
Your shoulder blades, see? They're just like that. So you gotta relax. Okay? Play this. Be careful it doesn't become tension.
Okay.
Okay? That's where you grab. You grab on here. Okay? Good. And a lot of times you grab here because you let go down here. Okay? So a lot of times you're very much in this position.
Okay.
You're really arched and your bum really sticks out. You're really arched.
Oh my God.
Okay. No, but it's just because that's a contraction. That's contracting the spine. Okay? You're squeezing the spine down smaller. You need to find your full height. Okay? You could be probably an inch taller than you are.
Yes.
Yeah, because you do this. This is a contraction in the spine. That contraction makes you be tense here. Okay? Those things are connected together. So the more you can let yourself stretch and not pull tight back here, okay, the more you'll start to feel freer in your movement. And you won't feel the awkwardness, and you won't get the tension in the back of your shoulders. So you can let this go. This is just relaxing a lot more. Okay? This stuff of contracting in the spine or tensing up in the shoulders, these are things you make yourself do. In fact, your body isn't doing this normally. So you are, in fact, insisting on this. So normally, you will, in fact, stand straight. This is what's comfortable for you. Okay? So this other stuff, you associate a little bit with performing. You tense a bit when you start to perform. You contract down. You get shorter, actually, when you perform than when you're just standing there. So it's almost like going, right, I'm going to perform. So there's a kind of tension. You need to let this go. You don't need it. Okay? Most of the time you associate this tension with control. You're trying to control the body more. But you don't need to.
Yes.
Good. Okay, so, I mean, you're getting there. I mean, but this is partly what you're learning. This is partly what you're attempting to do now. So, good. Good. I mean, climbing up is not, I don't think you have as much of a problem with this. It's not as much worry.
It's much easier.
Makes more sense to you
Yes.
physically. Okay, climbing down is hard, a little bit hard.
Yeah.
Okay, another one? The beginning part, going through the forest, I think, you know, again, your purpose of pushing the branch out of the way is to be able to see beyond it, to see further. Okay, that's why you're doing that. Good, and you're climbing, I don't think it's a problem. You can step a little bit with your foot. You don't need to go up in the air, but you can create this illusion of placing your foot as well. And so it's not all just your arms. But sometimes, I mean, if you've ever seen rock climbers, sometimes their legs are actually in midair and they're actually just climbing just with their arms.
What's
But
trying to
that's
find
really
the-
a special thing. That's usually going around
Yeah.
something like this. Generally, in terms of the space, don't get yourself trapped here. While you're falling forward, move backwards. It doesn't matter. Get yourself in the space where you want to play, where you feel comfortable playing. Now, don't be trapped. Okay? Don't ever get caught that I'm stuck down here and I can't do anything else. You can climb around. You always have complete freedom to move in the space. Okay? So don't you be trapped by somehow I'm here and this is the only place I can play. Okay, climbing up on the top, no problem. There are little breaks, huh? He takes breaks all the time. I love this. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Oh, where am I? I love this. I can do Hamlet going. To be or not to be? That's stalling. This is you taking time because you're not imagining the next image. So stay with the voyage. This is really important. To stay on the voyage all the way through. No breaks, no coffee breaks, no little things in between. Keep going. Okay? Part of the reason you're giving yourself breaks is because your energy gets built up and you're trying to calm down again. Okay? Part of this is happening because of your breath. So you're holding your breath a lot, so never ever do this. Never do this. Keep breathing. You're playing this image, but actually breathe when you do this. Don't hold your breath, because that cuts off the oxygen, and now your body starts to drop in energy, and so therefore you're trying to push harder to keep the energy. Now you're struggling with yourself. So really important to keep breathing. Climbing down. The only problem you have is that the amount of distance you're going to move down, in other words, down into a crouch, is about this far. However, your arms are longer. So, if you only move that far with your arms, pretty soon you're going to get down into this position.
That's right.
So, your arms need to move further. Your arms are going to move this far. So, as you move down this far, your arms move that far. So, you can allow your arms to be up. Okay? As you do this. The solution will work fine. Okay? Does that make sense? So in relation to your arm, you'll go up to full length. Because in other words, you're hanging there. You'll not be like this. You will go as far to full point. Okay? And that way it makes it a lot easier. A lot of that is because you're tensing up in your shoulder blades, and so your arms don't move. Okay? Because that's just tension. So relax here when you play. Never ended because you're too exhausted to go further. You come to the bottom, you walk. Where are you going?
Home.
No. There is no home. Where are you going?
To the place
Towards the horizon. You
Yeah.
are going to that place. Okay? That's where your focus is. Good. I thought some of the images were fine. A little bit, I mean, right now you're sort of thinking a little bit technically. Though, well, I mean, that's part of the point of what you're doing now. You need to get comfortable with this image so that you can now imagine and go beyond that. So you can start imagining the forest and respond to it in more detail with a sense of exactly where you are, and stop worrying about what do I do, Okay? So you can get rid of this. So you're getting more comfortable with it. climbing, you're fine. Eh? You're a little bit worried about the top. What happens when you come to the top of something?
When you actually physically.
What do you do?
You climb up.
What do you do?
You get up.
Ah, there's a big square black box. Do you want to get the black box? Okay, so he's there. And now he brings his leg up, places it where his hands are, and climbs up, gets his balance, and there he is on top.
Wow.
Okay, you want to try this as an illusion? Gabrielle, come back and do it once more. Watch where his legs are in relation to his hands. Outside his hands. Legs the other hand off, and there he is. Okay? Not between your hands. You don't put your legs between your hands. You don't put your legs between your hands. Or you don't have your hands between your legs either. Your hand. Now put your legs between. That's fine. But it's the same thing. Whether you came to your feet or whether you came to your knee, it's the same thing. Okay? It's beside you. Okay? You climb up beside. You do not climb up straight forward. Okay? There are people who are trying to climb up and they're still facing that way. You actually turn to the side. You try this image of running forwards. You are running forwards and actually physically move backwards.
But when we.
This image of running forwards, but actually physically move further back upstage. But you can keep going back. Eh? You can go back to wherever you want to be and still keep this image of running forward. Okay, so don't be concerned by this. Don't be worried by this. Okay, again, the little bit you get down forward and you can't. No, you can move back. You can move where you want to in the space. So be careful not to trap your breath. You can be at the top of your breath. You can play this as much as you like. Okay, but don't ever cut the air off. Don't ever stop this. It's one thing that you can talk to swimmers. Have to learn this. Not to hold their breath. No, if you actually watch professional swimmers, when their head's in the water, actually they're breathing out. You don't hold your breath. Once you hold your breath, your energy goes down very, very fast. So it's an important thing for you to learn. Okay, that you don't ever cut your breath off, stop your breath. But I think technically you're feeling more comfortable, you're letting yourself start to play. I mean, you need to be at a point where you don't have to think about this. It feels physically all right, and you can begin to imagine the mountain, begin to imagine what it is you're doing in more detail. And so that it can be specific, you're climbing. It's not just the act of climbing. You need to reach down further. When you're going down, especially when you're jumping down, you reach down further. You're about waist height, and which means you have very little distance. So actually you place your hand down further, about where your knees are. So you would place your hand down further. Okay? You would almost be in a crouch when you jump. Okay, so it's just one thing that it's restricting your space. Again, remember when you get to the bottom, you're going to the horizon. You're going across the plane. Okay, that's where you're going. Don't lose focus. Okay, so no, all that makes sense. You've got to trust yourself more. You're questioning what physically you're doing. Eh? Your body knows exactly what it's doing. Again, think of the same thing. I mean, you think about metamorphosis. If there's a point where you really got worried about the actor, that he's going to fall or something's going to happen, you say you don't care about the play anymore. You just don't want the actor to hurt himself. So you would be right out of the play. Okay, you're just worried about the performer. Okay?
Because I didn't breathe.
Yes. You don't breathe, and you use far more energy than you need. So you're working much, much harder than you need. And this turns into tension. And it's interesting how, again, she looks awkward, eh? Physically she looks awkward. It's because her shoulders are all very tense, and so her arms get in this position, and they can't move. And even though she's stepping down, it's sort of like her arms are locked here. And this is just tension. So then your shoulders aren't free, so your body's not free to do what it needs to do anymore. But that's exactly what I want with the mask. You do always what you need to do. Don't ever get stuck into, I should be doing this or I shouldn't be doing this. There's no rules to it. It's your play. And we stay with you, and sure, we can accept that you would try.
Yeah.
You just need to trust your physical instinct to do that. You must respond to it immediately. You can't get into, should I or shouldn't I, or is that the right thing or wrong thing? None of this matters. It is the thing to do. Because physically, it's exactly what you need to do. You're never in a situation where you're lost. You are not lost. Ever. Okay, so there is no thing of ever going, which way should I go? This means you're lost for this second. Okay? You're never lost. I always love this. There's dealing with the native people in Canada. There was a group who were saying, you were lost, we didn't know where you were. And the native person said, no, I wasn't lost, you were lost. I knew exactly where I was. I was in the forest, and then I was there, and then I was there. I knew exactly where I was all the time. You're the one who was lost, not me. Because you were wondering where I was. So you were lost. That makes sense? So in straight physical sense, you know where you are all the time. You're never lost. So playing this image of which way should I go? This means I'm lost.
Sorry, when did I play that?
In the forest a little bit, there's this,
Okay.
this thing of which way to go, okay? And up on top of the mountain, it was sort of which way do I climb down? It's not which way. It's just what you are doing, which is fine, is looking for the best way. Ah, that's no problem. But going, should I go this way or should I go that way? Now you're lost. That's interesting. As soon as you get concerned, of course, everything goes off. Your body starts going, I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do. Okay, so.
There was an exact minute. You saw it. It was pop. And I got, what do I have
What am I doing? Yeah. So you never need to do this. Trust yourself completely. Your body knows exactly what to do if you allow it. Okay? Good. It's only when you get in the way. It's only when you start trying to think about it. Because when you think this way, you can only think of one thing at a time. And your body works as a pattern. It works, that's what coordination is, that's what all those things are. It's all a pattern. And so it's a different way of thinking. It is not using your conscious idea of saying what to do, because you can only make one decision at a time. But your body doesn't do one thing at a time. That's why one arm moves instead of both arms moving. That's because you're thinking about it. You can tell one arm to move, but you can't tell both to move. Okay? Your mind doesn't think that way, linearly. Okay? Making decisions and choices. So you've got to let yourself find the patterns, which means you need to keep your focus out, on the image, and your body will respond to the image, always. You lose the image, and your body doesn't know what to do. Good, good, good. Stayed with it. Good. Even though I know, there's some moments where you're a bit worried about, but you stayed with it. You stayed with the image. Now this is crucial. That's absolutely essential. You stay with the image, we'll keep going. Even though physically there may be a problem. I mean, this doesn't matter. You mustn't get caught by this distraction. I feel a little bit physically uncomfortable, so I stop. So, excellent. You keep going with the image, and we keep going with you. I have seen actors who have completely forgot all their lines and kept going. They keep going, nobody in the audience knows. But of course, if they suddenly stop and go, oh my God, what's my... It's obvious to everyone. Now you're trusting yourself so much more. It works. Great. Good. Good. Let yourself keep breathing, eh? So if you ever start finding yourself panting, it's because your body's saying, I've got to get more oxygen, so you're breathing up high. Okay. But wonderful. Nice. Nice work. Be careful of looking around for the image. This is sort of, this in your imagination is stalling. Actually, this is taking a little break. Okay? I'm here. This is taking a break. I'm looking around. The image is right there. It's actually right in front of you. You see it already. Looking around for it is just taking a break. Okay, so try to stay focused and keep going. You don't need to look for the image, it's actually right there. It's not at night or something you can't see, you can see perfectly that it's there. I want you to watch, Carolyn, I want you to watch where his arms are in relation to the rest of the body. places his hands. Good. Reach up a little higher. Reach up a little higher. Yeah, you can reach higher if you want. Okay. So this is more of the image. Okay? And there. So he's going from above his head to his shoulders. And then he changes hands again. Okay? Then he changes what he's doing. Climb down. So he puts his hands down about his waist. And he goes down to about his shoulders. You do not go from your waist to right above your head. Yeah. What you're doing is you're going from here to there. Okay? You'll go from here to here. But not right to there. Okay? Otherwise, if you actually were going that far, you would have to let go. Okay? So it's just a little confusion. You're going from here right to there. And it's far too big. Or you're going from here right to here. Okay? You would go from here to there. Or you would go from here to there. Okay? But you won't go from here right to there. When you've got your back, so turn around with your back to the ladder. Okay, so try to climb down, go down. It's hard to do with both hands, eh? So you're going to let one hand go. No, you have to let one hand go. Yeah, that's the way you'll do it actually. Just, okay, and then you'll let the other hand. So you'll go down with one hand, but two hands becomes awkward again. Okay? So you'll reach down with one hand when you've got your back to it. Thank you.
Even when I was climbing, because we've done this and I felt a lot better. And something was strange now, so I
most of the time it's because you're worried that something's strange. That's the problem that you're having.
But
okay,
then when I felt like stopping, but I thought, no, I'm going to continue till this gets
really
okay.
Yeah. No, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. Okay, it's really important not to be critical of yourself. Careful. But you know where you're going. You don't get to a point where you've lost the. So even if something like this happens to you, you can adjust the mask and still keep playing.
I can do it, huh?
Of course.
Okay.
Pretend to scratch.
Okay. No, you don't have to pretend anything. Just keep
I
playing.
thought maybe it will be like.
If you keep with the image, we keep with the image.
Okay.
This is not important. You know what I mean in that sense. So, but if you lose it, suddenly you go, oh, of course, then the play's gone. So you can stay with it, even if you adjust it. This only happened because you opened your mouth. Okay, good. Still a little worried sometimes about the part of the climbing stuff. You're getting more comfortable. Actually, you understand. Your body understands exactly what to do. Okay, but there are little moments where you stop trusting yourself. Okay, and then it suddenly becomes confusing. But you've got to stay with this. Actually, your body's really well coordinated. You know exactly what you're doing physically. Okay, that is no problem at all. It's only when this gets in the way and you start going, oh, maybe that's not right. Okay, so you've got to trust yourself a lot more. Okay, then you move very well. Good. Part of the voyage. You arrive at the foot of the mountain. Okay, in front of you is a river. Okay, but this is a mountain river. Anybody ever experienced a mountain river? So, the Colorado River in the Grand Canyon is one. Ever seen these people with rafts trying to go down this river, these rivers? Okay, that's a mountain river. It's very steep grade, so the water is moving very fast. Okay, and therefore any rocks or anything in the way, it smashes against, and this what creates all this rapids and all this stuff with the river. Okay, that's what is there. Is this river? You, because you're going out towards the horizon, need to cross it. So, you jump from one stone to another. Okay? As you cross the river to get to the other bank. And then you start to walk towards the horizon. So now you're out on the plain, on the flat land, going towards the horizon, and for the first time you see above the horizon the sun. And you watch the sun go down. And it becomes dark. The end of the first day. There is a voyage going on. The voyage of your perception, the voyage of what you're doing physically. Just as in every piece you do, it has a voyage, a beginning, a middle, and an end. It has a voyage. And you need to stay on that voyage, even though that also might be interesting. This could be interesting, that could be an image, that could be an image. But they aren't, at this moment, necessary. And if they're not necessary, then they're a distraction. If they don't contribute to the image, if they don't take the image one step further, they in fact take you away from it. Okay? So they're not neutral. You create all the images. What you see, we see. Okay? So if you start seeing things that have got nothing to do with what it is you're doing, or where you're going, then you're taking this someplace else. And it's not that those things are not interesting, it's not that they're not there, it's just they're not important. I mean, think of a story like, I don't know, Lord of the Rings. Got 3 people going off on this thing, and then one person goes somewhere else, but we want to keep following the person with the ring. So that's where even though somebody else went somewhere else, we don't suddenly stop them and go watch off where they're going, okay? Otherwise, this is a distraction. We're out of the story now. We're off on some other story. And we only pick them up again when it relates back to what's going on with the ring. And now we come back to them again. But where they went, in the meantime, is of no importance. So we follow the story. We stay on the voyage. Other images come and go. But they're only there while they're crucial, they're necessary to the voyage. Okay, so now we are prepared to begin to actually do the entire voyage. Okay? From the sea, through the beach, through the forest, up the mountain, down the mountain, across the river, out onto the plain. So, you need to prepare yourself. You will do the entire voyage without stopping. You will do the whole thing, from beginning to end. And you need to play, and we need to be with you. You need to be able to respond, and it needs to be a discovery. It needs to be on this level of suspense. And you need to sustain that right through. Now, as we discussed before with some of the other images in Discovery, this voyage is in fact all a metaphor. It's a life cycle.
Life cycle.
Complete day.
From birth, the sea, the beach, infancy, learning to walk, the forest, childhood, the mountain, youth, the top, adulthood, crossing the river into age,
and the sunset. So, obviously, you're not playing. You never play the metaphor. You never. You need to allow. The metaphor is resonance. The metaphor is echo. The metaphor is what is suggested out of what you play. You don't play the metaphor itself. The metaphor comes from what you're playing. You need to play what it is you're doing. But you also need to allow the resonance. It's not your life cycle. It's the life cycle of humanity, in a sense, and that's where the image of the mask of the human being. But, in a sense, this idea of discovery is there all the way through. So the sun is as much of a shock. That's the first time you see it. It's as much of a surprise, in a sense, as the mountain or anything else in the place. Okay, so again, none of these things are reflective. They are going on. They are an event actually happening at that moment. So you're very much in the present. What you need to do when you prepare for this is you need to get rid of all the sort of desires and desire to do it well, desire to perform, desire, all these things. You need to get rid of all these kinds of things. You need to empty this. Okay? Till you can get to a point where you can simply have the beginning and allow this voyage to take place. With no anticipations, with no prior ideas. Okay? Physically, technically, you should now be fairly comfortable and comfortable enough to allow yourself to play and not get caught in distracting yourself with how am I doing. Okay? No coffee breaks. No, no hesitations. No, I have to make a decision. Should I go that way or should I go this way? The way you see is the way you go. I felt there was a certain timidness at times, becoming more timid, questioning, when you came out of the river. I mean, when you cross the river on the other side, it is open. No trees, it's grassland. You need to stay focused. You need to know. You need to have the sense of where you're going. Good. Good. I think, nice play. I thought you sustained it well. I felt there was this, you're starting to sense a certain calmness in your play. This can go, well, you can do much more yet, but certainly starting to experience a sense of that calmness. Great. Okay.
get from Pippa's voyage? A few moments, you know, a moment of great joy, moment of fear, moment of any, you know, I mean, moments within this that actually happen. So I feel the simplicity. I feel like there's a kind of calmness,
yes,
tranquility through
and not like
all of these things going on, which are, it's quite an incredible voyage in a sense, you know, and this voyage is sort of being characterized by a kind of tranquility. A lot of the images, I think one of the things that made this more difficult is that you were tending to make the voyage private. It's interesting how you play this, because of course you can play to the side, you can play to the back, you can play any way you wish. But there are certain kinds of moments that, in a sense, should be shared. These moments, the moments you see the mountain, if that's there, or the moment you see the land, if that's over there, in a sense, what you're doing is you're turning the image around these kinds of moments. You're turning this image around in a way to avoid the audience, to avoid us. Okay? Which starts to make it private. You've got to be careful that you don't try to demand that your imagination is too visual. So be careful, let it be with all your senses. Your sense of touch, your sense of hearing, your sense of... Right now, a lot of times, the only experience of all this space is a visual experience. Actually, where I'm focusing is where I'm going. The fact that I touch the branch of the tree, the fact that the branch touches me, all of that happens. But it doesn't necessarily stop me. I mean, in that sense, if you think about the metaphor, the child has to get up. The child does walk. The child does not sit there and go, how do I walk? The child does it because they have to, okay? Because they have no choice. It's survival. You have to keep going. And you have to deal with this with where you are now and where you're going. You never stop. Don't ever be apologetic about what you do, okay? Don't ever be, okay? Never. You do it, you do it. And you do it the way you do it, and that's it. Don't ever apologize for your work. Okay, it's very, very important. Yeah, no, I began to get a feel of the sense of the voyage, the sense of this passage, which I thought was really interesting. Yeah, and it allowed that you could, in a sense, be in the forest with him. And in a way, the forest it's a very young image, it's a very youthful image, it's a small world, in a sense. But a world where all kinds of things, there it's full of all kinds of things. And, but close to you, not a long way away. In a sense, it's only when you get to this pinnacle of whatever, of your own existence, that you suddenly see how long the road is. That you suddenly see how far away it really is. The first time you see a long distance. But these moments, so I felt, yes. So I think his engagement with the forest was actually there, present with the forest, was what was going on there. And not somehow thinking of the long road all the time. And this is where I think you get into this image of just simply getting through it. And it's partly because your projection is a little bit ahead. I love this moment in the beach. I mean, this moment when you first, the moment of the first step. It's quite wonderful. This first step you take.
Yeah, I felt like...
It's very strong. Sometimes, as I say, I think this sense of I've got to get through it, in a way, it's you're a little bit distracted from it, because as a performer, you're thinking about all of the things you need to do, instead of simply just be where you are. And allow that to somehow affect you, allow it. I mean, it was nice, there were moments where he responded. So why not? Why aren't there moments that are funny, in a sense? I mean,
life is not all terribly serious all the time. I mean, I also felt it was sustained. When it actually concluded. It ended. This image at the end I thought was very strong, eh? So you need to find a way to engage the space. Okay, half the piece you're playing with your back to it. This you got caught. Okay, so then it becomes much more interior, it's much more your private experience, but does this make sense to you? I mean, it's absolutely crucial in the theater. And lots of people make this mistake, and therefore their pieces don't work. Is they create a piece, they put themselves in it, they play it, but it's really being played. They're basically playing to themselves. They are their own audience. Therefore, they don't need an audience. And that audience, we start to feel a bit disconnected from it, so we go, okay, they're doing what they're doing, we can go home. Okay, so you need to find the strength of this. And you can do this, okay? Because I've seen you do other stuff. So you need to find the engagement of this. It needs to be played much more strongly. Okay? So you're letting it come down, yeah. And it just ends up feeling a little bit tired. Okay? So part of this, make sure your energy's up. Make sure you're really ready to go with this. Be strong with this. Okay? Good. I mean, I think you're risking a bit more. You're trying to, you can go much further. I think you can go a lot further. You shouldn't get too timid with this. Sometimes people start to get, they watch, they see another one, so they retract into a kind of set pattern. And you need to risk. You need to go up there saying, I'm going to go as far as I possibly can. I'm going to risk as much as I possibly can with this. Every time. Don't pull back. Don't pull back into the safe. Be safe. A little bit what you're doing now is you change images, you move on to the next image because you're not comfortable with this image. Not because it's complete, not because you've finished this part, but that I'm no longer comfortable, so I'll go to the next one. Okay, and there's a reason why you're not comfortable. Okay? Because you're very busy still telling your body what to do. And so that's why you feel awkward. There's points where you feel sort of awkward, uncoordinated, you feel your body gets into positions which feel awkward to you. This awkwardness comes only, I mean, your body feels, it's really important to understand this, your body feels uncomfortable when it's being observed critically. And when you are directing your movement, you are criticizing yourself all the time, okay? So until you can get off of this, until you can get off of being worried about what you're doing, and therefore having to think about what you're doing, till you can release this and let this go, you will never find a freedom in your movement. I mean, because anybody feels uncomfortable if there's a bunch of people watching them and they're going, that's not right, oh, that's wrong, she made a mistake there, oh, that's wrong. I mean, everybody would feel uncomfortable in this position. That's what you're doing to yourself. Okay? When you're thinking about what you're going to do, you are criticizing what you're doing. All the time.
But that's what your critical mind is for. It's to criticize. It's to make choices. It's to go, that's wrong, this is right, it's to do that. But your body needs to be free to play. And it can't play when you've got this monkey on your back sort of continually criticizing what you're doing. Okay? And that's all that's happening for you. Then it's a discovery. Then you let yourself go. But don't worry, I don't know why everybody here knows exactly what the voyage is. Nobody's going to go, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. Everybody knows exactly what they're doing. You won't forget this. You won't lose yourself at all. So at this point, you're at this point where physically you're starting to play, all of these things are wonderful. But what's holding you back is still this desire to be in control. And being in control is knowing what you're doing here before you do it. This way your body is sort of just being, your body is, it's terrible for you physically because what's going on is it makes your body feel stupid. Your body knows how to climb, your body knows how to go through the woods. You actually know all these things. If I put you in real woods, you could physically go through it, no problem. Your body knows exactly what to do. It's highly intelligent. But you make it feel stupid by having this other thing going on, directing it and saying what to do all the time. Your body feels really uncomfortable in this machine. That's when people feel self-conscious, all these kinds of things. So you need to just let this go. It's a security blanket, it's a little thing you're holding on to for security, and you need to let it go. This is the moment now. You need to start to let this go and step beyond this. Okay, so stop struggling this way. You need to go further. Beginning to find this engagement, this release, this letting go. This is fantastic. And I know in a sense it's funny because, it doesn't have the same freedom of movement. It's very restricted in a sense. It's very, very tightly controlled what it is you're doing because the images are all very specific. People are getting lost a little bit about horizon. And the only reason you go down the mountain is because of the horizon. What do you see there? What is the horizon of your life? What does this mean, this sense? What is that distant point in your life? Final thing that you want to have done in your life before you die. What is that final point you want to get to? Where is that distant point? And what is that river? I don't know. Is that surviving cancer? Is that, what is that river? what is getting across that river? Getting across this thing that's suddenly in your way and that could swallow you up. So allow these images, so let these, I mean, these are powerful images. Where are you going? Whereas I feel a little bit, people get a little bit lost when they walk out onto the plane. It's sort of like, I'm not really going anywhere, I'm just going for a walk, in a sense, you know. You lose your focus, you lose where it is you're going. And it's because when you were up there, at the moment of fulfillment, this moment of success, this moment of achievement, you see a further goal. You see something a long way, much further off. So the only reason you go down the mountain is because of that. The only reason you go across the river is because of that. I mean, lots of people, as you see, as mature artists, they keep going. They keep developing more. There's something more they want to do. There's something more they want to accomplish. It isn't finished. It isn't over. I mean, it's beginning. People are beginning to make a connection. Some of you are starting to make a connection now, starting to get the idea. Others of you are still looking for it, searching for it. That's all right. This is just the beginning. Okay? Do not get yourself caught into somehow, I have to accomplish everything now. But I think you see from some of them, you go, okay, there's something happens here. There's something starts to work. I can go for this too. I'd like to tell, just to say a little story. And it's a way, what he's trying to do is find a kind of metaphor for what you're looking for to play. And the sense of what you're doing. And the image he uses actually comes from a book, which is the story of a man who went to Japan to study archery. To study archery?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And there's a moment when the master archer, the teacher, takes him to a big auditorium. It's inside, there's a roof and everything, but it's as big as a football field. It's this big, okay? And they put the target at the far end of it, okay? And they put a candle in front of the target. And then all the lights go off, and it's completely pitch dark because there's no, they've got the windows covered and things, so it's really, really dark. And you can see the candle, and therefore see the target at the far end. Okay, so the master says, I want you to do what I do. And so he takes an arrow and he goes, shoots it, and he hits the target, and of course blows the candle out. So he says, now you do it. And hit the target. So he talks about this process of how he does this, and what it is, in a sense, as what he's discovering from it. Which is, as long as you keep thinking about hitting the target, you will never hit the target. All he has to do is pull back the bow, release it, and it will hit the target. If he can do that, then he will get to the goal. But while you're focused on the goal, you're actually distracted. In a sense, you need to be able to allow that you play each part of it and not be distracted by whether it's going to work, whether it's good, whether it's all these kinds of things. You need to simply do this. Very simply, you need to allow yourself physically to do this. And then it will start to play. But it's never a matter of trying to hit the goal, trying to make it work. But in a sense, it's trying to allow yourself to get rid of all of these kinds of expectations and desires and all these other things, and allow the play to take place. And then it will happen. And in that sense, the magic will happen. But you'll never make, the magic will never happen by making it happen. Only by permitting it. So the magic of creating something, whether it's creating in performance, whether it's creating a piece, whatever you're doing in the act of creating something, will never happen if your focus is on the goal. It's important with this particular voyage to try to allow us not be focused on the goal. I think some are still, in a sense, trying to think about the goal. Of course, when you live your life, you're not thinking about dying. And so, of course, you allow each moment to take place. And then you arrive. When you do arrive at the end, then it happens. And in a sense, no matter what situation you're in, it's always a surprise when it happens. So, in a way, it's just seeing if you can allow this. It's a nice description in a sense, because it is very simple. He really does talk about very simply putting the arrow on, pulling back the bow, and letting go. In a sense, that's it. That's, in a way, what you're doing with your piece. And the art will take place. And then, in a sense, that's what you are always doing. The act of creation is a shot in the dark. It doesn't matter how many times you've done it before. It doesn't matter every time. It's always a shot in the dark. The fire. The fire will take place in the forest. So it starts off, you're moving across the beach, and you enter the forest. So just as you've done with the voyage. Okay, and then there is a lightning hits a tree, and it bursts into flame. And so the fire begins to spread. Eventually the fire is all around you. So the fire starts in one place, you move away from it, and it catches somewhere else. So it's catching over top of you. And so you come up and then there's fire in front of you again, you move in another direction, and there's fire there again. And so now you get to a point where the fire is all around you. Okay? And you're in the midst of it. And you begin to fight this fire, keep it away from you as much as possible. Okay? Any way you can. You try to fight this fire. At one moment, what happens is a tree explodes. Okay, so the heat of the fire gets really intense, and this turns all of the sap, all of the liquid inside the tree to vapor, and the tree will absolutely explode, like a bomb. Okay, and this means that at this moment the tree has disappeared. So there is a break in the fire, which allows you to escape. You get outside the fire, you go back out onto the beach, and from the beach you see this fire. But I'd like to work with the image of the fire itself.
Hypnotic.
Hmm?
For me, when I look at the fire, I get like...
Hypnotic.
Yeah.
There is something absolutely fascinating about the fire. It's true, people go and watch fires. I mean, it's there's something fascinating about the fire as well. Good. Other images about it?
It's symbolic.
Hmm?
Symbolic. I mean,
No, don't go into just deal with the fire itself. Let's not get into a symbolism or anything. Stay away from this.
I don't know how to say in English, but when you have in your house the vision.
The fire in the heart? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's this fire like?
White.
White?
Wild.
Wild.
Wow.
There's a wildness about the fire.
Mr.
There is this, the fire is pure energy in a sense. So there is this incredible sense of energy, of it's moving everywhere, it's going, so there's a very, very fast image of the fire. So the candle flame in a sense, or the gas flame, all of these kinds of images of the fire are almost liquid in a sense, are much more flowing. But there is also this image about the fire that's very frantic too, that's very fast, goes out all over. And that's his experience of the fire. I already know what the fire is. It's the first time.
Comfort?
Comfort?
Yes.
There's something else about the fire. It's interesting.
The warmth.
It's a warmth. There's something about the fire.
It's not
That's sort of
comfortable because
embracing
it's
it.
a lot of smoke.
Sometimes.
No.
Yeah, it's comfortable because big one.
Relaxing.
Yes.
Something about fire. I think this is also the fact that the fire is it's almost translated.
Fire in your house, it's comfortable.
Fire is also, in a sense, hungry.
Yes.
Fire is always
Eats everything.
going
Yes.
for more, spreading, the
Yeah.
sense of the fire spreading. It's always searching for more fuel, more oxygen, more. There's a kind of hunger in the fire. Okay.
There's
Other
no
images?
the fire, it's the fire waves that they come
So
before the fire. You can be
there's waves of
you feel
heat.
the
Yeah.
warmth. You feel the warmth.
That you
Yeah, it's true. I mean, the fire actually creates winds. Yeah.
Like
Same thing,
the
like
opposite of the
passion.
sea.
Hmm?
The opposite of the sea is the same. It's a kind of huge sensation when you look at the sea and the waves. And with the fire, it's kind of the same because it's a huge thing, just all moving. It's like, it seems like liquid almost because the odds.
Okay, so there's lots of different qualities to the fire.
Satisfaction.
So allow this encounter. But you are in opposition to this. Okay. Good. Would like for you to gain there is something that happens to you because the fire is an event, there is some kind of connection you make to the fire. And in one sense, you almost feel the fire has released you. So So this moment where this opening happens in the fire, it's almost like the fire has released you, has let you free. Okay? So you need to find the most intense image of this, where you're fighting the fire as strongly as you possibly can. This moment happens, you get outside it. You get away from it. You get out of the forest. And again, you're not trying to describe the fire. Okay? You're not showing us the fire. What you're doing is fighting the fire. We will get the image of the fire from what you do, from your reactions, from your play. You know, you're not making the sounds of the fire or any of this. Okay? So, you've come down the mountain and you're going to cross the river. You go out, you start to jump across the river and you fall in. And so now this is fight with the river, fight with the water. So this water is moving very fast and very rough, and you are trying desperately to keep yourself above the water so you can breathe. You're struggling as hard as you can with the water, trying to keep yourself being hit against the rock or any of this, okay? This image of the river, you play this, but this image of the river, of course, you will have probably been washed half a mile down the river. So you are moving, in fact, very fast. Okay, because the river is moving fast. At one point, again, the river moves you to a place behind a rock or someplace where it's calm, where the water is not as rough, it's not in the middle of the current, the movement of the water. And so you have a chance to regain your footing or grab onto something, and you get yourself out of the river. So at one point, as you're being, you go over waterfalls, you're going down this river very, very fast. There's a point where it pulls you around, and you're behind a rock or something where the water is a little calmer, it's a little pool, like a little pool. So the river is going by, but this place is a little bit calmer, so that allows you to regain a little bit your ability to then, and it's closer to the shore, so then you find a way to pull yourself out of the river. Okay, the third one is the wind. So this happens, you've just crossed the river, you're walking out onto the plain towards the horizon, and the wind comes out. The wind gets strong. I've been in a hurricane when I was a child, and it literally picked me off the ground. I was holding on to a signpost. My body was just...
You were on the street?
It picks you up. It was a hurricane in Canada, which doesn't happen. Very, very rare. I mean, it's once every 50 or 60 years or something. So, of course, nobody knows how to react to it. And they did the same thing. The school had no idea, heard this hurricane was coming, so they sent everybody home. That was all right for kids who lived very close to the school, but I lived a long way from the school.
I had to cross the
So by the time I was sort of halfway home, the hurricane was hit. It actually hit. I was on the sort of top of a hill, or going down a hill. So I got myself further down, and the wind was coming across, so I was a little more sheltered down below. I managed to get down further.
How old were you?
7 or 8 or 8.
Oh my
But it is. I mean, the wind is enormously powerful. So as you're out on the plain, there's not a lot of places to hold on, but you try as much as you can to try to keep yourself on the ground and not get picked up by the wind. So you are desperately trying to hold on to things and trying somehow to stop yourself from being pulled away by the wind. Then the wind dies down. This happens very much out in these big flat areas. This wind comes up, it's very, very strong, and then 20 minutes later it's gone. Again, so this happens, the wind passes, and it returns to you. So these are the 3 images: this image of the fire, this image of the water, this image of the... You're out on the plain, you're walking towards the horizon. the wind starts to come up, you start to struggle with this wind, the wind gets stronger and stronger and stronger, and you are struggling to keep yourself on the ground without being lifted up in the air. And then the wind passes, and you continue. Okay, so we explore. Again, there is something you need to find, there's some kind of identification happens with each of these elements. Does that make sense? So that once you've had this experience with the water, now it's not just being afraid of the water or anything, now you have a rapport with the water. You've escaped it, you've survived, and somehow there is some connection now between you and the water. Does that make sense? Partially because you survive it, because you're able to get through it, somehow now there's some kind of relationship connection, there's some connection that you can make with yourself. Again, it's this first time experience with it, and this experience is so intense, it is in this absolute extreme of survival. Somehow afterwards you now have some kind of connection with this element. This experience affects you. I'm saying again that there is some response to this experience happening to you. You're not the same once you've gone through this that you were before. Yeah, in a sense, I mean, in other words, you moved into the forest, you moved through the forest. But now something else happens. And it's for you to explore this. This is really just the beginning. We will go much further now into this afterwards, but now it's this chance to find this first aspect of identification with this element. Physically, because this will be demanding physically, do not get yourself throwing yourself around. You have control. It's played image. Okay? It's played energy. Don't let it become real energy. Okay? In that sense, you play this. Play it as strongly as you wish, but play it. Don't get caught into, because all of these images are really high energy, are very powerful energy, and you can easily get drawn into this. Okay? So, and one of the other things that's really important, you mustn't get out of breath. Okay, so you need to stay as a performer, you need to stay calm with this. Okay? Not let this image get you carried away to the point where you're just panting and you're out of breath. Because otherwise the image will just stop. Okay, so you must now allow yourself to breathe deeply, but allow yourself to continue to breathe. Don't get caught by it. And just be aware of where you are in the space, so you do not get yourself banging yourself against the wall or something. Okay, so be aware of it. Okay, so some things you see with this, so good. But the water is liquid, and there's a bit of tension now in your play, so you need to let this go. Okay, it's play, you struggle. There's all of that. All of this happens, but right now it's a little bit banging yourself around. You need to not physically. No, it's not. It's not this, because this becomes solid with the floor, of course. This becomes hard. So you need to find this quality. Okay, good. It was very good. If the mask moves, you want to be careful a little bit. If you start to move your face around, if you open your mouth, of course the mask will start to move around. So you need to keep the face calm. But it's good. If the mask does move, great, and without stopping the image, without stopping your play, just move the mask back into place again. Keep going. Don't stop though and fix it and then start again. If you stop, you will never start again. But it's very important. This last, so in a sense, it ended before, you ended almost because you were tired, you were out of breath. You ended this way, almost. No, you need to end with the image. Does that make sense? So with the fire, you end seeing the fire. But be careful you're not saying, okay, I have to get out of the improv now because I'm tired, I came out of breath, I just got stopped. There's a different thing. Stopping as a performer is not the same as the image is concluded. The image is now complete. Okay, so different things. So it's really important that you can play right through, let this be completed, let it end. Okay, you end up away from the river and you see the river. Let it end here. Okay? So that you don't, in a sense, collapse out of the improvisation as a performer. This is not the ending. Okay? It's not the ending of the image. Okay. So I want you to just be able to sustain right through and find this image at the end. So when you fight the fire, there is some connection between you and the fire. You find this. So I want you to be very careful when you work with the improvisations that you do not start to think, oh, okay, my task is to fight the fire for a bit and then get away from it. You know, it's not just doing it. Does that make sense? It's the experience of it. And so something happens between you and this fire. With all of these images, under most circumstances, you would never survive. It's only with some incredible luck, some remote possibility that in fact you survive these. Okay, so something happens between you and the fire. Or something happens between you and the water. Does that make sense? That there is something, this experience is more than simply I have to fight fire. You know, sort of, it's not simply the activity of doing it. It is also what's happening to you as well. Give this some time. Right now, this image is moving very, very fast. Faster almost than you can actually deal with. Okay, so you need to, and this is not calm. So your imagination is very agitated, and so it's moving faster than almost physically you can deal with. So you really need to try to calm this down. And so you let each thing happen to you. Okay, so the first thing that happens is the tree explodes because it's hit by lightning. When a tree is hit by lightning, it bursts into flame. It explodes into flame. Okay, it's not a small fire that starts and gets bigger. It is a big fire immediately. The whole tree is burning immediately. It's very fast. Okay, you move away from it. I mean, it's okay, however you respond to this, but there's a moment you get away from it. Okay, this becomes very instinctive, I think. Just its survival. You get away from this image. You get away from this fire, right? So you move through the forest. You move away from it. Okay, until you come to a point because the fire has spread way up in the very top. So you come to a point and all of a sudden there is a tree in front of you that's also burning. And so you can't go any further in this direction. You change direction, you go in another way. Then you find this another in front of you is more fire. Until eventually you are surrounded, the fire is all around you. Now this fire starts to burn closer. So you need to give this time. So right now it got around you very fast and it was very close to you right away. So all of this was happening at a very, very fast pace. You are the one who sets the pace with your imagination. You're the one who does this. So be careful it doesn't get away from you. And the images just start tumbling on top of each other. So be careful you don't just play a general image of just it's just fire, or it's very specific, things are happening. Allow yourself to respond. Let your imagination engage. Don't get yourself caught with just I play this image in general. Okay? At each second, at each moment, specific things are happening to you. Okay, so really allow your imagination to engage. Your imagination will give you all this stuff. It'll give you everything you want, if you allow it. And he was saying smoke and all of this stuff in the fire. There's also this kind of image. There's this image of flame that shoots out towards you all of a sudden. This tongue of flame that will just go out. It's not burning a thing, it's actually just pure flame. There is a connection in play terms, a connection between your breath and the image. But there is also between the play of the image and the play of your breath, there is a connection. It's interesting, and it's still, I think, this idea of what happens out of this experience. Something happens to you when you learn to ride. I mean, especially like the first time you get on a horse and you begin to learn to ride. There's some kind of rapport between you and the horse. So, in a sense, this experience, it's the experience of the wind or the experience of the water. It's no different in a sense than the horse. But as a result of having had that experience, now you have this kind of connection to the wind. That image is I think good, because you do establish a kind of connection with the horse. It was a lovely moment, this play with the breath. I mean, you could feel the breath, and in a sense, this play of the wind and the breath, and then when she was holding on, and then suddenly it's gone, and the breath changes, and it calms down again, and you get the sense, the wind has stopped. You're able to play. So then the breath is playing. It's not that you're not playing this, this sort of frantic, this movement of the wind in the sense, and there's lots of play in your breath. This calms down, and it's a different rhythm, a different play, a different feeling altogether. And this stuff works very well with your breath. It's an amazing chemical system we have. But I mean, your breath and your emotions and all of these things are all connected. The amount of oxygen you have in your blood and all of these things are this amazing chemical thing that all work together. We talked about, how you fight the fire. Mary asked this question. I don't know. You may end up, I thought this was interesting. You may end up dancing with the fire. I don't know. Maybe the way you may get out of the fire is by simply moving around, continuing to keep moving so much that you never are still long enough for the fire to get a hold of you. So that, I don't know how this happens. It may not happen by simply, fighting. I mean, sometimes we try to get very practical with this. I don't know how, it's up to you how you respond. But you do fight it. You do somehow, you respond to it. The one thing that does not happen, almost happened with one, is you do not lay down and give up. This moment that you simply give up and let the fire come over you, that's the end, it's death. Does that make sense? And let you find how this happens. Do not get yourself caught into a stereotyped image. I do this and this and this. That's how I get up. There's a moment where this image of the fire begins to emerge. It's good. You begin to start to sense this fire from your response. And this is where there is some kind of connection between you and the fire. Something happens between you and this fire. And in a sense, it's only because it is first time that with no preconception, somehow you find the way. Just as you found the way to climb the mountain, because you had no idea what you should do. So you never got yourself in the wrong place. And so you did it.
because it's the first time. In a sense, you survived this because it's the first time. Because you didn't realize how dangerous this is. Because you allowed yourself to respond to it. So somebody talked about you're afraid. Of course you're afraid. Of course this creates emotional responses from you. But you go beyond this. If you didn't go beyond your fear, yes, you would be completely immobilized, and this would be the end. Don't get yourself trapped into, I must see it. Okay, otherwise you're trying to force your imagination to become like a movie, it's a visual image. So it's partly, I think, what was happening. You were trying to picture it. What is the response to the fire physically? What is this physical touch response to the fire? What is the smell? The sound. A forest fire is like, it drowns. You cannot hear. You could shout. You could be standing right beside shouting as loud as you can. The other person can't hear you. The roar of the fire is enormous. I mean, even I think Charlie, you mentioned a bonfire. Bonfire, you can start to hear the sound of the fire. It's like almost like this roar of the fire. Well, expand this 100 times. This is the sound is enormous. Same as the river. The sound of the river is so loud. The sound of the water rushing. And beside a big waterfall or the sound is really deafening. The sound is really loud. Okay? So there's all kinds of other experiences. Permit this. Okay? It's play. If you find you're doing, this happens, this image happens, it's very concentrated, but this image happens in a few minutes, you feel exhausted after this, then you're burning up energy, you're using energy that in fact is not necessary. Again, partly this last image, once you get out of the water and you see the river, and again, you have to be able to stand up to see the river, eh? The river is big, and it goes, you've probably just traveled, a mile and a half or this whole river is what you see. You know what I mean? What you've experienced in a sense. Not just the one spot in the river, but the river itself. Good. So this final image, a lot of times it's hard for people to sustain this moment of actually seeing this image in a way you've never seen it before. But to be able to have that calmness, to stay with that and not lose this image and focus down on yourself, because actually you're trying to just calm your breath down because you're breathing so hard you have to try to calm yourself down. Do you know what I mean? Then you fall out of the image, basically. You're no longer connected to the image, you're just trying to deal with you physically trying to. So I'm asking you, the last image, you stay absolutely focused on it. In a sense, the strongest image. This experience of seeing this, seeing it from a distance, from back a distance where you can actually see this whole fire. Is an experience. After you've survived the storm, the wind, going towards the horizon again. It's not the same as before. It's even stronger once this experience has happened. You need to be able to get to this final image and not somehow drop out of the improvisation because you're too exhausted to play this. You should not be too exhausted to play this final image. Again, sometimes you're panting. You need to stay with the image. Okay? Your breath, the play, you in a sense breathe life into the image. Stay with the image. With your breath, with the play, all of it. Don't get separated. What if I added on top of this that you have dialogue? What if I said you were also speaking in this? So you still have to be able to breathe, to be able to do this. You can't be at a point where you're going, and of course you can't say anything at this point, you stopped. Some elements, but that you have to work very hard to play this image. But one of these elements you will play quite easily without a lot of work.
not fight what qualities you have, what things you have. You want to support this. You're creating your theater. I mean, the wonderful thing about the theater, there's not set rules. Unless we do this, that's it. There's nothing else to choose. You create your work. You create your images. You make these choices. So of course you have the opportunity to support what you can do. Each of these images is enormously powerful, and so in a sense, it's not a matter of saying, oh, I have to do this one or I have to do that one. But one of them will definitely be easier for you to play. One you will not work so hard playing. With those finding, how do I play this absolutely frantic, absolutely enormously high energy image without getting myself tired in the process of playing it. So being able to sustain and support playing. Okay? The more you learn to support this play, the further you'll be able to go. So in that sense, it's a really important exercise for you to find how you sustain this without exhausting yourself. I mean, the fire a little bit because it's a very different element, but it's, again, you have got room initially, you are able to get away from it, but then you come up against it again, and then you can get away from it, you come up against it again. So gradually, you are getting more and more contact with the fire. You are coming more directly into it. The river, the water one, I mean, yes, you have the opportunity initially trying to get across the river, and so you're in a sense dealing with it, but not actually in it, and all of a sudden you go into it, so it's a bit more abrupt. And it's very important with these. I set these up particularly that you enter into this image of the element. It's hard, in a sense, you almost begin already in it. So there are lots of stages of it, and it's really important. Permit this, you don't have to plunge into hurricane immediately, The wind begins, it starts to gain strength. I mean, it's a process, but certainly with the wind, this happens in stages. It's not necessarily the wind is there immediately. And also there's this moment at the after. The wind has stopped. Okay, you're huddled, but then the wind is gone. And there is a point when you get up and you start to go towards the horizon again. So, what I want to work with now is the metamorphosis. Okay, so, in this image, instead of, there is a process where this struggle with the image is there, but it moves beyond this. There is a moment when you stop fighting the image, the element. And then your exploration goes much further. And so there's a point where you begin to find a complete rapport with the image, a complete rapport with the element. Does that make sense? Absolutely complete. To the point where you, in a sense, this is where the metamorphosis happens, you start to become persona or the spirit or the sense of the element in human form. So your identification goes that far that there is no struggle with the fire. Identification with the fire is so strong that there is no opposition to the fire. There is no, and in a sense actually you begin to take on the qualities of the fire. You actually, in a sense, begin to become
Fire?
this persona. No, not the fire, but the personality.
Yeah, of the fire.
You are human,
Yeah.
okay?
The
Your
fire
it's
or
like you
inside.
identify so closely with it that in fact you and the fire are one.
Yeah.
But you're human, you're not fire.
Yeah, yeah.
So, in a sense, now you engage with this image. And so, in a way, the element is yours.
Okay.
Yeah. So you begin to become this personality of the element, of the fire. The fire in human form. So then you want to start to explore. At this moment that you make this change, this transformation, okay, the moment this happens, the mask comes off at this point. Okay? And now you begin to explore this personality, okay, as strongly as you can. You need to find the voice of the fire. You need to find the walk of the fire. You need to find the sense of the fire, and you need to allow the fire to engage in an image in a world, a human world, in a sense. So, what happens with the fire? I don't know, the fire makes the bed. Fire, give yourself an image. It's up to you, it doesn't matter what it is, but how does this take place? How does this action happen? How does fire put their coat on? Okay, so you do this exploration, and then you return. So you come back to being in the fire. You come back to being opposing the fire, and you escape the fire at the end, and you move away from the fire. So you make a voyage into this element as far as you possibly can until you find this identification. You transfer this into this personality, and then you return back to you, back to the sense of first time,
And you put the mask
image.
on.
But no, the mask does not go back on. When the mask comes off, do not stop playing. You keep playing, but you will remove the mask, and another person from here will come up and take it from you and bring it back. Okay? Don't put the mask down. Don't throw it away. Don't, please. So, yes, does everybody understand? You just remove the mask, and as you're removing the mask, one of us will just come up and take the mask from you and bring it back. You keep playing. But this is going to be a much more demanding exercise because you make this voyage into the element and you make the voyage back. So you mustn't get yourself exhausted partway through. You need to find the power of these elements. They are enormous. So your voyage is going to go further. So we use the image of the fire. You go into the forest, the fire begins, you begin to fight the fire, it goes further, the fire gets bigger. The forest fire becomes enormous. Okay? This fire is huge. Miles of the fire stretches for miles and miles. The fire goes up hundreds and hundreds of feet high. Okay, so you need to find, your identification needs to include the power of the element. Okay? You need to experience it in its strongest form.
where you will find this metamorphosis into the personality, okay, is at that moment. The moment you can find this power of it, now you will find you can make this transformation. But without feeling the strength of it, it won't happen. Okay, so you must find this point. With the water element, I'd like to use the image of the sea. So in this one, in fact, you're in the sea, the very beginning of the voyage, of the first day. And instead of getting to the land, you get pulled more out, past where you can put your feet on the bottom. You get pulled further and further out into the sea. So, you get pulled further out into the sea. Again, there's this moment where, in fact, you stop fighting the sea. There's a moment where the sea begins to move you, and you begin to gain this experience of the sea. It is not something that's threatening you in that sense. It goes further. But you need to allow the storm at sea. You need to allow this, you need to find the power of the sea. Anybody ever seen this movie, The Perfect Storm? Waves that are 80 feet, 100 feet high. You need to experience this, the feeling of this, the sense of the sea at its biggest point. Okay? At its most powerful point. Then you will make this transformation. The sea, again, when it comes back from the personality into you in the water, the storm calms down, you come back to the point where the sea is calm, and eventually it washes you up onto the beach. When the mask comes off, and you begin to make this transformation, there is a voice, but it is a human voice. Mm-hmm. It's not the sounds of the element. Okay, so the voice you find of the fire is a human voice. It is not sounds fire makes. Okay, so we did the sea, the wind. So again, the same thing, the wind comes up, you play with this, only this time the wind picks you up. And the wind takes you up higher into the wind, and you do experience the hurricane. Or the tornado. It's up to totally up to you what this wind is in your imagination. But at the strongest. And so but you are completely in it. So again, you need to be taken up into the wind before, again, this transformation happens. Does this make sense? So you must make contact with the power of these elements and their strength, their size. Once you find the element, once you find this personality, you have all of the aspects of the fire. So we did all kinds of description of, this image of candle flame, this image of, all of it. You have everything to do with the fire. So, the same with the wind. You have all aspects of the wind. You can be the lightest, warmest breeze, and you can be the most powerful hurricane. You have all of the range of the element. Once you have it, once you have the personality, you have everything to do with this element. All the possibilities. Does that make sense? So all the possibilities of the sea, it can be very calm, very warm, it can be frozen, it has lots and lots of possibilities. Okay, so don't get yourself trapped that because I took the image out of the storm, that's all it is. It's only the storm. No. Once you have the element, you have everything to do with the element. It will be very much, the personalities that emerge will be very individual. I do not want to get you caught into some sort of trying to find some stereotyped image of the element. Okay? The way you interpret the fire may be completely different than the way someone else interprets the fire. So don't get yourself caught into, I have to do what somebody else did. I have to do things the same way. Not necessarily. Okay? Your connection with it is your perception. It's your understanding. Each of the personalities should be quite different. There will be some sort of connection, obviously, but beyond that, each one will be very individual. They're not the same.
So
We
you
are in the
start, you move in
forest.
just as you have done.
Yeah.
You move into the forest, the lightning strikes, the fire starts, you move away from it. Everything you've done is,
But you
what
said-
you've done is simply, in the sense of this exercise, the beginning.
Okay.
But there is no struggle. There is no fight. So you let the fire take you in this voyage further and further, until in a way you begin to create this transformation, this metamorphosis into you and the fire become one, in a sense. At this point, you remove the mask. Keep playing. Do not stop playing. Then someone will come and take the mask and bring it back. You continue. You take, this should be the opportunity now to take the personality further.
Yes.
For
common
personality
situation.
can become much more complete now.
We can, in that time, we can transform it in a common situation, like you said.
Absolutely.
Neutral, just
Yeah. It could be the fire getting up in the morning, sort of. Absolutely. You're making this voyage between you, distinct, separate from the element, and gradually you are moving closer into the element, so that very soon the line between you and the element ceases to exist. Is everybody all right? I mean, it's important. The beginning and the end. So the beginnings, okay, so the beginning, you are in the sea trying to get to the shore, only instead of getting to the shore, the sea pulls you out further. Everybody clear with that? At the end, the sea places you up on the beach. All right with the sea? The fire, you move outside the fire burns itself down lower, it's not as powerful anymore, you see it from a distance. All right with that? The wind, you continue on, it places you back on the earth again, on the ground, you continue on. Okay, but very important that you're very clear that you go into the image, to the element, and you return. The big problem for people is they go into the element, they go far into the element. Getting back, however, becomes harder because they're exhausted. What I'm looking for is there's a moment where your play of the element should not be worked. This image will be strong enough, I think, for you, that if you have to keep thinking about it, if you have to keep thinking, what do I do with the fire? If you're busy thinking, what am I doing? You will not be able to do this, because in fact, you have no connection to the image. Also, I guess the other thing to be aware of is which element because you need the element that you feel strongest with, you feel the most comfortable with, you feel you can engage with the most. Because if it's hard for you to keep this in your imagination, then already, of course, there's going to be a struggle. Try to sense for you the one that you feel you can go furthest with, that you feel most engaged with. Really important to get yourself prepared for this. When you're going to go and do it, if you want to take a few moments to give yourself stretches, loosen up, get yourself warmed up for it. Really try not to anticipate. In a sense, you're saying, okay, I'm going to work with the fire. Get all your focus on moving through the forest, try to get all of your energy and tension into the present and let this image happen. Okay? The more you become, I'm going through the forest waiting for this, when's the lightning coming? Wait till the fire starts. Okay, then you're distracted already. So really important to get yourself into the present, play with the image you have, and let the voyage take place. Another thing that becomes important is be careful, again, partly because if you start to breathe fast, you start to move through this image very fast. You're going from the fire into the fire, getting the person, you start to speed up very, very fast. Okay? So, enormously important for you to do this with a sense of calmness. Play each image. Let yourself move through the voyage. Don't jump in the voyage. Because otherwise, what you do is you jump yourself into something, suddenly you're playing the personality, you're not ready to play the personality yet at all. You don't really have that strong a rapport with the image yet.
but you're simply jumping to this next image because you're tired. You can't keep going. So, okay, does that make sense? So try not to get yourself exhausted. Part of the reason we did this other one first was for you to feel that. The number of times people got themselves to the point where they're panting after a few minutes, okay, with this element, you're going to have to sustain a lot further than that. Okay. If it works for you, it should start to feel like it's not work at all. In fact, it's like the element almost gives you energy. And it becomes very easy to play. Not hard. The more it's hard, the more you're in fact fighting it.
Non. Tu mets les assiettes là. Tu mets les verres là. Non. Non, écoute, tu vois bien là. Si tu fais ça comme ça, le lave-vaisselle va être complètement vide et tu vas seulement pouvoir faire une machine comme ça. Donc tu continues. Tu mets les verres là. Tu mets les trucs là. Tu mets les verres là. Tu mets les assiettes comme ça, tu mets les trucs, c'est simple. Tu fais le lave-vaisselle. Regarde, tu mets les assiettes ici, d'accord? Tu mets, recommence. Prends les assiettes, reprends-les, vas-y. Fais-le. Regarde, si tu mets les couverts comme ça, tu vas jamais pouvoir en mettre d'autres. Enfin, c'est incroyable. C'est bon, je le fais moi-même. Voilà, dans ce sens-là. Si tu fais dans l'autre sens, tu vas jamais pouvoir le... Tu vas le casser, on vient de l'avoir il y a une semaine. Voilà, c'est ce qui s'est passé avec le dernier. Mais c'est quand même incroyable, ça. Écoute, c'est bon. Essuie la vaisselle sur le truc. C'est bien. Le torchon. Oui, le torchon, il est sale. Tu vois, si tu vas dans un restaurant, tu vois un torchon comme ça va pas te mettre... Ça va me stresser comme ça.
Olá. Que bonita. Quantas pingas tens? Quantas pingas tens na minha vida? Quantas pingas tens? Quantas pingas tens na minha vida? Queria um café, se faz favor. Sim, sem açúcar. Obrigada. Olá, amor. Estás bom? Dá um beijinho. Sentar aqui? Queres? Sentar aqui. Sentar aqui. Então, estás bem? Ai, estás tão bonito hoje. Deixa-me te dar mais beijos.
chambre, mon chéri. Ah, il faudrait que tu ranges ta chambre, mon chéri. Il faudrait que tu ranges ta chambre, mon chéri. Ah! Oh! Petit, petit, petit. Ah. Et petit, 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 petit,
왔으니까 시 어디다 이 개선을 남아 에이 왔으나 아 미안하다 에이 개선을 아야 야 나는 소나 아야 베르나사 베르나 인덕사 아저씨 신하나 제 아수나 대파사 너 생겨와나 아 소나 우세나 이 소나나
Tienes algo que me pertenece y lo quiero ahora.
Pronto, olha, como é que é? O que é que vai ser? Ai, pronto, pega lá, um peixinho para ti. Pronto, sim, claro, na chamada, está-se bem. Aqui está tudo ótimo. E ninguém se mete comigo, hein? Olha, digo já, eu já me fodi com gente muito maior que tu, estás a perceber? Pois, então olha, baixa a bolinha. Olha, já estou a bater mal aqui. אתם משתמשים בי. אתה יודע כמה עשן? 100 מיליון קילוגרם של עשן. אתה יודע לאן העשן הזה הולך? הוא עולה למעלה, הוא עולה לשמיים! אתה יודע לאן הוא עולה?
assim. Bonito. Seu pulguento! Nojento, cheio de pulga! Eca! Pulguento!
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the students for allowing us to do the video, and I'd also like to thank the cameramen and women who so valiantly did the shooting over a period of weeks. And if you have any questions about the work or you'd like to explore it further, I ask you if you'd like to get in touch with me. My details follow. So thank you very much.